Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku had arranged marriage with Momo, part 2. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is early engagement by pitch_black_night. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. It's been a week since Momo was declared Aries' mama, and true to her word, she visited the child often. Every day, Momo was with Izuku to co-parent Eri. Most days were spent teaching Eri how to read and write, introducing her to delicious meals she never had, and playing with toys. Every day felt like Eri was inching further away from her nightmarish past. Currently, the Yaoyorozu heiress was entering her family's estate. It was past sunset and well beyond her curfew. She knew she was in for an earful from her mother, but the image of her smiling daughter helped ward off the fear. Momo walked through the front door and was greeted by her mother, Yaoyorozu. "You're home late," she addressed immediately. "Why yes, I apologize, mother. I must have lost track of time." I placed a finger beneath her chin. "Lost track of time, you say? Any reason in particular other than Izuku?" Momo started getting fidgety and nervous. I haven't told her about my relationship with Eri, just that I've been visiting. She couldn't possibly know, could she? Like, say, a certain adorable little snowflake you're mothering? She knows? I smirked at her daughter's blush and stutter, something that she seemed to have picked up from Izuku. "Inko sends me pictures of you three." She unlocked her phone and showed her a pic of the little family reading on the sofa. They're so focused on each other that it's easy for Inko to sneak up and snap her photos. At this point, Momo was a stuttering tomato. "I'm not mad," I said in a calming voice. "And if you really do want to continue this relationship with Eri, you're free to do so. On one condition." Momo straightened up, ready to meet whatever request I had for her. "You bring my grandbaby to meet me, and your father of course, once he comes back from overseas." Momo squeaked, but agreed. She was the one who suggested she look after and teach Eri when the summer ends and Izuku is back in school, having much less time to do so himself. After that stressful encounter, Momo made it to her bedroom to calm her rapidly beating heart. She laid on her bed and looked out the window to the almost completely set sun. Her talk with her mother, still fresh in her mind, reminded Momo of a crucial detail about her daughter. She's psychologically scarred and prone to panic attacks. It's possible that Eri could handle meeting I, but that's mainly to do with the fact that she's related to Momo. Simply put, the girl needed to go out more. Not meeting whole groups, but small nudges outside of her comfort zone. Momo's first visit did have some not so great details, but it was a large step on Eri's road to healing. So what could be the next step? Fortunately, Mama was a few steps ahead. She pulled out her phone and began typing to Papa. "Momo. Zuzu, I was thinking of something special we could do tomorrow, all three of us." Izuku. "Okay, what did you have in mind?" Momo. "Is Eri with you?" Izuku. "No, my mom's giving her a bath. Is it a surprise?" Momo. "For you and Eri. I'll be there to pick you both up. Don't worry, not many people will be there, if any. Make sure you dress for hot weather." Izuku. "Okay, I trust you." Momo. "Thank you, dear. I can't wait to show you both what I have in store." With that, Momo turned off her phone and held it against her chest. She was positive her surprise would leave her loves ecstatic, but there was one potential issue. The next day, Midoriya household, she said to dress for hot weather. Izuku thought. He was dressed in a light blue tank top and baggy black shorts. Eri was sitting on his bed in a simple yellow sundress and sandals. Her white hair was tied up in a long ponytail with a straw sun hat on her head. "Papa, where is Mama?" Eri asked while Izuku was rubbing sunblock on her pale, baby-soft skin. "Well, Mama said she has a surprise for us today, and it's taking her time to get it ready. She said she's taking us somewhere special." Eri looked uneasy. She enjoyed spending time with her parents at home, so why leave? "Don't worry, there won't be a lot of people and we'll be with you the whole time," Izuku assured her. Eri trusted him more than anyone. If her papa said it would be okay, she'll at least try. Suddenly, Inko knocked on their door. "Someone's here to see you too." Izuku held Eri's hand as they went to greet Momo. She was standing at the doorway in a yellow sundress almost identical to Eri, a coincidence they found hilarious and adorable. Eri gave her a tight hug, and Izuku. A kiss. Momo wasted no time in getting the two out the door and into the limo. So what's the big surprise? Izuku asked. It wouldn't be much of a surprise if I told you, would it? You'll just have to be patient. Momo giggled. When Momo felt they were getting close, she pulled Eri away from the window and placed her on Izuku's lap. All right, you two, close your eyes, Momo said, excitement and anticipation dripping from her voice. Her loves did as they were told and put their hands over their eyes. Soon after, the car stopped. It was a short drive, and they could have simply walked to their mystery destination. Momo guided Izuku and Eri out of the limo, holding both their hands to help them step out. Izuku was immediately hit by a familiar scent in the air. Momo, what is? No peeking, she quickly stopped him. The tall girl had let go of their hands and went to the trunk. She grabbed something out of it and walked back beside the two. Okay, you can look. Izuku and Eri moved their hands and looked to see a beautiful sight. She. But when? How? Momo had taken them to Dagoba Municipal Beach, and there wasn't a single speck of dirt or trash as far as the eye could see. Izuku couldn't believe what he was looking at. It was like a paradise. Momo. When did you? He couldn't finish, too focused on the mesmerizing tropical view in front of him. I wasn't just sitting around and praying for you to get better for you while you were in the hospital, she said beside him, holding a cooler box and large sun umbrella. Todoroki and I worked on it together. It's a gift from both of us to say, we're glad we didn't lose you, do you like it? Izuku had a wobbly smile, his breathing hitched and his emerald eyes were glistening. Both because of the sparkling ocean in front of him, and the tears in his eyes. Like it? I love it, it's perfect. Izuku wrapped his arms around Momo in a loving embrace, kissing her cheek deeply and pressing his forehead against hers. The whole time, Eri was standing next to them, not making a sound. Her mouth was slightly agape as she soaked everything in. The sun's warm rays, the cool tropical breeze on her skin, the saltwater aroma, the hypnotic sound of the waves crashing. She had no idea what she was looking at, but she liked it. A lot. What do you think, Eri? Momo asked for her opinion. The little girl didn't move a muscle. Pretty, she said absent-mindedly. Momo hadn't expected to put Eri in some kind of trance, but it was a positive response nonetheless. Izuku took her in the parasol and went to find a place to sit. Momo suggested he do so while she prepared one final surprise for him. So, how do you like the beach, Eri? Izuku asked, carrying his daughter on his hip. Beach? Eri tilted her head. Yup, sand, sun, water and warmth. What do you think so far? Izuku took her sandals of her feet and let her set foot on the warm sand for the first time. Eri reveled in every sensation this place brought her. I like the beach, she said happily. I take it the surprise was a success, then, Momo said approaching from behind with the cooler box, a blanket and towels. Izuku turned around and blushed. She was no longer wearing her yellow sundress, but instead a red 1-inch strap bikini and a transparent white skirt with a floral print. Do you like it? She asked without nervousness, which somewhat scared Izuku. I like it, thank you mama. Eri ran up and hugged her, giving Izuku a moment to collect herself. Why yeah, thank you mama, he said. Momo had a strong blush that matched her bikini. Having her partner, who she has already had intimate moments with, call her mama, has some very different implications than when the daughter says it. After setting up their spot on the sand, the three of them enjoyed the atmosphere. They had a light snack of apples and watermelon slices, which Eri thought lacked as much flavor as her apples, but were definitely juicier. After that, Eri had her eyes glued to the endless blue ahead of her. She couldn't help but want to experience it in some way. Let's go play in the water, Izuku suggested, to which they happily agreed to. When Eri reached the soft, mushy sand, she got cold feet. Gripping Izuku's hand tightly, she stepped forward, and took 2 steps back when the cold water touched her toes. It took a few back and forths, but she finally adapted to start walking around with the water up to her ankles. Eri kicked and stomped, splashing water around her, the brightest smile on her face. Izuku and Momo adored the sight of their little girl playing around. This couldn't be better, Izuku said. Momo nodded. Is Todoroki coming? Momo's smile dropped. I invited him, but he declined. We haven't spoken much since you were released. I didn't want to overstep boundaries and just left him be. Izuku found that odd, Sure, Shoto isn't a very social person, but he felt like he would have shown up if this was something he and Momo both worked on. Come to think of it, the last time Shoto reached out to him was with the birthday letter he wrote. Izuku didn't want to suspect his friend, but this behavior did warrant his concerns. I'm sure he'll be fine. I trust Todoroki. Maybe he still feels inadequate after what happened to me. He'll talk to us when he's ready. In the meantime, let's stop Eri from drinking the salt water. Izuku ran to Eri's side when he saw her cupping her little hands in the water and bringing it to her face. After playing around in the water, they went back to their spot to dry off and have something to eat. Momo had something for Eri to try. Her stomach glowed, and out came a blue shovel and a green bucket, both made of plastic. Eri looked at the items in confusion. You can make sandcastles with those, Izuku told her. You fill the bucket with wet sand, and flip it over quickly. Then when you pull the bucket up, you have a sandcastle. Eri didn't really see the appeal, but wanted to try it nonetheless. Momo and Izuku led Eri to the wet sand and helped her make her first sandcastle. After a few failed creations, Eri felt happy when her first perfect sandcastle was complete, decorated with seashells on top. I did it, she celebrated. It turned out great, sweetheart. Momo said. Let's get a picture of this. Izuku pulled out his phone and got his family in the frame with Eri and the sandcastle in the middle. Can't wait to show Mom this, assuming she doesn't immediately faint. Later the little family sat down in silence, enjoying the calmness of their beach. Eri was asleep on Izuku's lap, with Momo gently stroking her back. Today was absolutely amazing. Izuku said. Momo smiled. I'm glad you loved it so much. I love doing anything with you, and I think Eri would agree. The two connected for a brief kiss. After relaxing a little while longer, they decided by 3:30 p.m., it was time to pack up and leave. Too exhausted to walk home, Momo called her driver to take them back to Izuku's apartment. They laid Eri to rest more comfortably on Izuku's bed, the both of them kissing her forehead. Izuku then walked Momo out the door to her limo. Thanks for the surprise, you really spoiled us. He said. I didn't, though, it's what you both deserved. She kissed him on the cheek before going to her limo. Oh, just a heads up, my mother wants to meet Eri. Any idea when she might be ready for that? Izuku thought for a moment. As long as nothing serious stresses her out, it can be sometime soon. Momo smiled brightly. I'll be sure to let her know. Bye. With that, Momo drove off, elated that her surprise went off without a hitch. Todoroki household Shoto was sitting at his desk in his room, staring deeply at his phone, specifically the messages he traded with Momo the previous day. Yaoyorozu. It's ready, Todoroki. There's not a single bit of trash to be spoken of. Izuku and Eri will surely love this. Todoroki. I hope so. Let me know how it goes. Yaoyorozu, won't you be joining us? Shoto took an uncomfortably long time to answer her simple question. Todoroki. Sorry, Yaoyorozu, something came up that requires my full attention. I'll be sure to contact Midoriya as soon as I can. Tell him and Eri I'm glad they're okay. He wanted to see Midoriya, see his best friend alive and well after seeing him brutally wounded. The thing that stopped him, however, was the document sitting on his desk, taunting him along with his bastard father's words. Flashback. You've made excellent progress on your left side, Shoto. I suppose that friend of yours was worthwhile after all, giving you the push you needed to finally see reason. Shoto looked at Endeavor with a questioning glare. He's helped you train, see the value in the power you wanted to abandon, and now you're finally on the path you were always meant for. He's played his part, now it's time for the next act. Before Shoto could dispute, he was given something that caused any and all protest to die in his throat. With Midoriya out of the way, you've built a positive relationship with Yaoyorozu. You should be with someone who's in your league. Present. Todoroki glared at the paper with pure animosity, clenching his left hand into a searing fist. A quirk marriage contract. Self-centered, narcissistic bastard scumbag. This confirms it, he is insane. He thinks Midoriya was just a tool waiting to be thrown away. Does he even realize I never would have accepted my flames if it weren't for him? He is the one who set me on a better path. And he doesn't even think to ask what kind of relationship I have with Yaoyorozu. Todoroki had half a mind to just burn up the paper and throw the ashes in Enji's insufferable face. But he held off. While 90% of him was screaming to deny this nonsense, a small 10% is saying this wouldn't be the worst thing. Of course, he could deny his father and keep being friends with Midoriya, and while Shoto and Yaoyorozu were only platonic friends, they did respect each other and get along. 2. Most of all, if he went along with this asinine farce, he would stand his ground and say this would be the last thing he would ever do for his father. I just hope Yaoyorozu won't be too disappointed, or Midoriya. Or Mom. He just had to pray that Momo would refuse, and have a reason to. Another grandma. Quote. Papa. Yes, Eri, it's big. I know. Ready. Mama and grandmother are waiting for us. Quote. Okay. Izuku held Eri in his arms as they walked towards the intimidating construct that is the Yaoyorozu mansion. It was finally time for Eri to get acquainted with Momo's family, which she was getting even more nervous for. 4. Finally, they made it to the front door, where Momo was waiting for them. Her face lit up like a Christmas tree when they arrived. Ah, I've been waiting for you, my dears. She wrapped them both in a warm hug, kissing both their cheeks. She must really be excited for this. Izuku thought. Mama, your house is big. Eri said. I know, sweetie. Make sure you have someone with you, or you might get lost. The three of them started walking, getting Eri used to the high ceilings and lavish decor. They soon found Ai waiting for them in the large library, sipping a cup of tea with a book in her hand. Mother, you have a visitor. Momo announced. Ai looked up from her book to see Izuku holding a nervous Eri. Knowing how sensitive she could be, Ai approached her carefully with an easygoing smile. Hello, you must be Eri. It's nice to finally meet you, she said. Hello, Eri said. I'm your mama's mother, Ai. Welcome to our home. Eri looked up at the tall lady after she said that. She looks like mama, but bigger. Like papa's mom looks like him. Another grandma, she asked cutely. Momo and Izuku blushed, the former out of slight embarrassment and the latter out of adoration. Well, you already call my mom that, so how about grandmother? Izuku suggested. Grandmother, Eri repeated. Ai's smile widened. I would love to be your grandmother, Snowflake. Ai reached out a hand, and Eri took it. I found it adorable that Eri shakes hands after meeting someone. Their afternoon was spent getting Eri acquainted with her grandmother, practicing her reading, and a little bit of touring around the mansion. That was the only thing that seemed to make her uneasy. Running into a few maids and butlers made her tense up, even if they didn't speak to her. And walking through the corridors was like trying to navigate a maze. That was something she was all too familiar with in the labyrinth of the Yakuza underground base. She was much more comfortable in Izuku and Inko's small apartment, so the whole time she was clinging to Izuku, afraid of getting lost like her mama said. Noticing how stressed she was, Izuku decided it was time to go. Eri gave Ai a farewell handshake, and Momo a goodbye hug. Bye mama, bye grandmother. Take care, Snowflake. Momo decided to walk the two out to the gate. Eri, is something wrong? She asked. I don't wanna get lost in your house, mama, she said anxiously. Momo's eyes widened. Eri was afraid of Momo's home, the place she grew up in. Then again, she could understand. She had many memories of feeling alone in her family's estate while her parents were away on business trips. Seeing Eri have fear of that, she held the little girl's hand. I know what you mean, it's scary to be alone in such a big place. But you don't have to worry, you'll always have us to hold your hand when you're scared. Momo kissed the little girl's horn to make her perk up enough to smile. Later that night, Eri was sleeping soundly beside Izuku on top of the covers. Her new PJs with Izuku's hoodie over them kept her warm enough without needing anything more. Izuku was lying on his side, thinking about what today taught him. Eri's still so anxious, and once the summer's over, she's going to live at the Yaoyorozu's. What else could they do to alleviate some of her trauma? VVVVV. Eri didn't budge at the sound of Izuku's phone vibrating. Quietly, he picked it up and read the message. Momo. Sorry for messaging you so late. How is she? Izuku. She calmed down a while ago, but I'm kind of worried. Momo. Me too. That's why I have a suggestion to make. When I was 9 years old I was suffering from anxiety similar to Eri. It was an exceptionally busy year for my parents. In order to help me cope, they took me with them so I wouldn't be hundreds of miles away from them. Izuku. Did that work? Momo. It was a start. The hotel we were staying was close to an animal shelter. My parents pulled some strings, and let me have a few white tiger cubs pets for the remainder of the trip. Momo sent him a picture of her as a 9-year-old, sleeping in a bed surrounded by white tiger cubs. Izuku found it absolutely adorable, but not a great idea to put into action. 3. Izuku. I'm not sure if I'm comfortable leaving my daughter alone with tigers, not to mention you were nearly double her age and not nearly as scarred. But a pet might work. Some people get therapy pets and I've heard it works wonders. That's a great idea, Momo. Momo. Mama knows best. 1. Izuku. All right, we can make plans to take Eri browsing for pets at the mall. Maybe she'd like a cat. She likes that cartoon about cats eating birds, so that'll probably be her dream pet. Momo giggled that show was how Eri let her negative feelings for overhaul manifest. 1. Mall trip. Saturday, 12:30 p.m. It came the time for Eri's first visit to the mall. Izuku was dressed in a green flannel with the sleeves rolled up over his blue t-shirt, navy blue jeans and his classic red shoes. Momo was wearing a plain red overshirt over a puff-sleeved blouse and mid-length puff shorts and a thin belt to hold them up, finished with low-heeled ankle boots. Eri wore a white long-sleeve button-up beneath a red overall dress, black stockings and light brown boots. In her arms was the bear plush Momo made her. She needed the extra comfort, even with both her parents here, to handle a mall full of people. It wasn't by any means crowded, but everywhere Eri turned, she saw people. But she held it together while her papa held her. Once we're done, how about we all get a snack? Something sweet, my treat. Momo suggested. First, they needed to find their way to the pet store. Izuku set Eri down while holding her hand and swiping through the digital map. However, something else caught Eri's attention. Near the map was an arcade. Retro music and sound effects and colorful lights drew her in. It was one of those moments in a kid's life where curiosity trumped fear or logic. While Izuku was still looking for the pet store's location, something else caught his attention. A bridal boutique located a few shops down. Momo and Izuku both blushed furiously, before Izuku started swiping faster across the digital map. When he found the pet store's location, he and Momo speed walked there. Meanwhile, Eri was walking off in the opposite direction. She wandered into the arcade, and was mesmerized with her new surroundings. Everything from a claw machine, air hockey and motorcycle simulators, to Pac-Man and Frogger. It was like entering a whole new world. Her red eyes reflected the screens as she absent-mindedly walked through the digital paradise. 1. Sadly, all good things must come to an end. Damn it. Eri jumped at the sound of a gruff, angry yell interrupting her new experience. She saw it came from an angry blonde teenager, flanked by 2 others his age. Even from afar, she could tell they weren't fun to be around, so she ran outside to rejoin her parents. Unfortunately, they were no longer where she left them. Worry began to take hold of Eri as she looked around desperately for Izuku and Momo. Her eyes began filling with tears and her breathing sped up. She was lost with no mama or papa to hold her hand. All because she let her curiosity get the better of her. Her worried thoughts were interrupted by something poking her shoulder lightly. "Hey, are you okay?" a voice asked her. Eri looked up to see a teenage girl with deep purple hair with a soundwave pattern in it. Her eyes looked bored, like she wanted to take a nap. Most notably, her earlobes looked to have aux cords coming out of them. 1. Are you lost? Eri cautiously stepped back, letting out a small whimper. The taller girl could hear Eri's thumping heart and shallow breaths, so she decided to investigate. She dropped down on her knees so her height wouldn't intimidate the small child. "What's your name, kiddo?" Eri. She finally responded. To which, the older girl smiled. "That's a nice name. My name is Kyoka," she introduced herself. Kyoka, Eri repeated. "Where are your parents, or whoever you came here with?" Eri sniffled and tried wiping her tears away. "I can't find my mama and papa." Kyoka took out a napkin from her pocket and wiped Eri's tear-stained cheeks. It's okay. I'll help you find them. Eri's eyes widened in surprise at Kyoka's declaration. Do you know where they were going? Eri shook her head. Okay. Well, where was the last place you saw them? Eri pointed toward the digital map Izuku was looking through. Okay. Come on. Kyoka grabbed Eri by the hand, but she didn't move from her place. What's wrong? Eri pulled back her hand and twiddled her fingers. See, can you hold me? Anyone else would have asked her to repeat, but Kyoka heard it. Sure. Kyoka picked up the little girl and balanced her on her hip. Eri placed her arms around her neck as she walked to the large screen. The pet store, huh? That's a good place to start. Meanwhile, Izuku and Momo had stopped to calm their blushes, when one of them realized something was wrong. Something's wrong, Izuku said in a hollow tone. Where is Eri? Izuku and Momo realized the snowball was nowhere to be found, and in Izuku's hand was Eri's stuffed bear. Before Momo could register it, she was pulled by a green blur back to where they last saw Eri. 2. Kyoka and Eri. Eri had calmed down slightly when Kyoka gave her earphones and played music on her phone. Eri always liked to close her eyes and get lost in whatever music she listened to. Meanwhile, Kyoka's ear jacks were working double time, listening for anyone saying Eri's name. Eri. She stopped when she heard that. Where's Eri? Gotcha, Kyoka thought as she sped up. She found two teenagers calling the child's name around the corner. She was taken aback, expecting to find a man and a woman with white hair and/or red eyes. Not kids her age that look nothing alike and nothing like Eri. Are they babysitters? If so, they're doing a damn poor job. Regardless, she walked up to them. Excuse me, but I think this belongs to you. Izuku and Momo's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates when they saw Eri in the petite girl's arms with her eyes closed. Kyoka noticed a certain look in the greenette's eyes, one that she was very familiar with. A father about to dote on his child. Before she could do or say anything else, a green blur dashed past her and Eri seemingly vanished from her hold. 3. My baby girl, Izuku yelled when Eri was back in his arms. The snowball opened her eyes to see Izuku crying and hugging her. Papa, she exclaimed before hugging him back. My poor baby, I was so worried about you. Izuku cried like his mother. Meanwhile, Momo was bowing to Kyoka. Thank you so much, we cannot thank you enough for bringing her back to us. Kyoka was still reeling from the situation. No problem. When she heard Eri call Izuku, Papa, her curiosity was piqued. Is there anything we can do to repay you? Momo asked. I have questions, Kyoka said flatly. The four of them went to a nearby ice cream parlor. Izuku was spoon-feeding Eri her strawberry and vanilla cup, while Kyoka and Momo were talking. And that's how Eri became our unofficial daughter, she finished. Kyoka's eyes were wide open yet deadpanned. Parenting before high school, seriously? Momo nodded, still not fully believing it herself. So your boyfriend is the guy who got hospitalized by the bird-face villain who tortured her? Momo nodded. I can sorta see why they left her with him, though it's still crazy. After Eri finished her ice cream cup, she looked up at Izuku with tears in her eyes. I'm sorry for leaving you and Mama, she said in a small voice. Momo went over to them to help comfort her. It's okay, we're not mad, Eri. Just promise us, from now on, you'll tell us when you want to see something or go somewhere. We don't want to lose you again, Momo told her. You know, it's our fault, too, Izuku started. We're supposed to be looking after you, but we got distracted by something else and ended up leaving you. We're sorry, too, Snowflake. The three of them shared a warm hug, happy to be in each other's hold. Kyoka was sitting on the sidelines, admiring the scene in front of her. You know, I found your daughter outside the arcade, she spoke up, grabbing their attention. How about this time she goes in with supervision? Eri's eyes lit up at that suggestion. The arcade. Despite what happened, Eri still found herself wanting to experience the arcade, and to her relief, she didn't spot a single angry blonde. Izuku showed her an old classic called Pac-Man. Eri turned out to have a knack for gaming, managing to get to the second stage with 2 lives on her first time playing. 1. Kyoka was having fun on the zombie apocalypse simulator, shooting heads off of the undead. Momo was at the skee ball machine, calculating how the force and direction needed to score a perfect 100 with each of her 10 balls. She scored 950, and nobody could believe it was her first time. Next, Izuku and Momo were on the motorcycle together. Meaning, Izuku was driving while Momo sat behind him and held his waist. Eri and Kyoka were teaming up on centipedes, Eri being a surprisingly aggressive gamer. Her golden rule: shoot anything that moves. It was an amazing new experience, and she was glad Kyoka found her. 5. At the end of the day, they all met up in front of the mall's entrance. Those games were so fun. The space worms' heads exploded, and the yellow circle chomped up the ghosts. Eri jumped up and down excitedly. I saw. You were really good those games. Izuku said. Show off. Kyoka scoffed. Both of you. She looked at Momo, too. Yeah, are you sure you've never been here before? Izuku joined in. Don't gang up on us for being good. Momo faked a pout while holding Eri. Izuku then remembered something, and whispered to Momo. We never got Eri that cat. You think we should go back and look, or do it another time? Momo debated. It was already a good day, and they had been through enough, what with almost losing their daughter. Oh, hey, I almost forgot to mention, Kyoka spoke up while digging into her bag. I was at the claw machine, and she pulled out something and held it towards Eri, whose eyes widened. A pair of wireless cat ear headphones. 1. F for me, Eri asked. Kyoka nodded. Jiro, you don't have to. The perplet just shrugged. Meh, it's fine. Only took me 3 tries, and I wanted to see if it looked good on her. It's a treat for me, too. Needless to say, Eri looked adorable with the headphones on her head. I love it, she said with a large smile, almost blinding the teens. They decided it was time to part ways, but as soon as Kyoka turned her back, Eri started wriggling out of Momo's hold. Eri, she put her down, and Eri ran off. Kyoka stopped when she felt something tugging her pant leg. She turned around to see Eri looking up at her. Thank you for helping me. Kyoka smiled and bent down. No worries, kiddo. Just try not to worry your folks, okay? Daddy looked like he was gonna have a heart attack. She chuckled at Izuku. Come visit, Eri asked. Kyoka was surprised at the question. She never expected the kid to want to see her again. And she wouldn't mind seeing the snowball again. Well, if it's okay with them. Izuku and Momo agreed. Eri trusted Kyoka, and so did they. Momo and Kyoka exchanged numbers, and Eri gave Kyoka one final hug. Her first trip to the mall may not have been stellar, but it definitely ended well. Over the next week, Jiro became an important part of the family's life. It was nice having a friend to hang out with, especially since Shoto wasn't around. Eri even started calling her auntie. Momo especially got along with the punk rocker, happy to have met another person who didn't want her for their own gain. Author. I know it doesn't make sense for Izuku and Momo to lose Eri, they're too vigilant for that. In all honesty, I just wanted an excuse to bring Jiro into the story. It was painful having to write about Eri being lost, so I kept it short, but the arcade thing was fun. I like the headcanon that Eri is a gamer girl. 4. Date night. Momo and Izuku needed some time to themselves. Ever since rescuing Eri, it felt like the couple haven't had a moment to themselves. They can't even kiss without somebody's eyes on them. So they arranged to have a night out to themselves, and a select group to look after Eri. In Yaoyorozu's mansion, Eri would be watched by Ai, Inko and Kyoka. With Ai and Inko's motherly experience, and Jiro able to hear her soft voice clearly, there was no chance of anything going wrong. Kyoka had arrived in front of the Yaoyorozu gate, staring wide-eyed at the huge mansion. Geez, who did I rescue? The Princess of Japan. She thought to herself as she pressed the intercom. The gate opened and she made her way to the front door. Before she could open, however, she was greeted by a familiar voice. 1. Jiro, I'm glad you could make it, Izuku said, walking up to her. No problem. And aren't you all dressed up? She asked smugly, noticing the boy's formal attire. Izuku blushed and rubbed the back of his head. Hee, why yeah. Sorry about asking you to look after Eri so Momo and I can get some time to ourselves. Hey, If I had a problem, I would have said no. Speaking of which, where is that kid of yours? Soon, Inko came carrying Eri in her arms. Hi Aunt Kyo. She waved, making Kyoka smile and wave back. Inko was glad to be meeting her in person, after all the nice things Eri and Izuku said about her. The three of them walked into the house, and were greeted by Momo's mother, She welcomed them in and told Izuku Momo would be down in a minute. 1. Eri's second visit to the mansion was going well so far. Better than the first, at least. She was smiling and surrounded by people she's grown to trust. Izuku felt at ease, enjoying the progress his daughter was making. His attention shifted with a tap on his shoulder. He turned around and saw Momo in a stunning red dress. So gorgeous, Izuku thought. Momo's face turned as red as her dress. Thank you. Why you look stunning as well, darling. Izuku mentally slapped himself. 1. Can you two leave before I get diabetes? Kyoka commented, making the couple giggle. Okay, we're leaving. Eri, be good, we'll see you before you go to sleep. Izuku said. Bye Papa, bye Mama. Eri waved. Her parents left her with the three caretakers, confident she would be fine for the next hour or so. In the limo, they drove off. So, what do you have planned? Izuku asked. Not much, a nice sit-down dinner and maybe a walk under the stars. Momo answered. That sounds perfect, Izuku said, placing his hand on hers. Their driver dropped them off at the restaurant Momo chose. It wasn't quite as high class as the one her friends enjoyed going, but still impressive. This time, Izuku didn't gripe as much about her spending money on him. While waiting for their food to arrive, they got to talking. So, how are you liking it so far? Momo asked. This place is really nice, and it's good to finally spend time with just you. I love Eri, but lately it's like we haven't had much time to ourselves. Izuku said. I understand, having to raise and rehabilitate a child is very time-consuming. But she seems to be coming along nicely. Izuku smiled. When we first found her, she looked so terrorized, but now she finds reasons to smile every day. I'm so glad to have found her. Momo rested her head on her hand and gazed deeply into Izuku's eyes, green pools reflecting boundless kindness and heroism. It always felt special with him no matter what they did, and she never wanted to let that go. Here are your meals. Their waiter came and interrupted Momo's daydream. Steak and side salad for the lady, and beef stir-fry for the gentleman. Enjoy. They thanked him for the meal and ate. The food was exceptional, adding another layer of wonder to this amazing evening. After they finished and paid the bill, they still sat in their booth and continued talking. That steak was exquisite. How was your stir-fry, Izu? Delicious. My compliments to the chef. This turned out really well. Momo placed her hand on Izuku's. I couldn't agree more. Care for some dessert? The waiter popped up and asked, holding a plate with a slice of strawberry and vanilla cake. I'm sorry, we didn't order any dessert. Momo said. It's on the house for the lovely young couple. He smiled at them. Can we get a to-go box for that? Izuku asked. After leaving the restaurant with a to-go box, Izuku and Momo were walking hand in hand under the stars and streetlights. So what are we going to do with that dessert? I'm far too full for another bite. Momo said. Same here. I was thinking maybe Eri would like it, if she's still awake. Or we could give it to Jiro as thanks for babysitting. Momo liked that idea. The two then stopped walking when they saw what was in front of them. A fountain. They sat on the edge and looked up at the sky. Momo. Izuku started. I love you. Thank you for making my life so much better. A rose-pink hue dusted Momo's cheeks as she closed the distance between them. Right back at you, Zuzu. 1. They connected for a kiss. It was just the two of them at the moment, no onlookers. Just a special night to themselves. Perhaps that's why they took the kiss a step further, letting their rest on each other's hips and occasionally bringing tongue into the kiss. It was exhilarating, giving the two tingles and butterflies they couldn't dream of having with anyone else. And wouldn't dare to try. When they separated, they were panting and looking at each other with half-lidded eyes holding an unspoken wish. Momo's phone rang in her purse, drawing their attention. Fishing the device from her purse, she saw it was a video call from Kyoka. Assuming it was about Eri, she answered. "Hey guys, how's your date night going?" she asked. "Wonderful, thank you." "And Eri?" Momo asked. "She wouldn't go to sleep without saying goodnight to you first, so." Kyoka turned her phone to face a very tired Eri, sitting on the couch in her PJs and a blanket. "Hi mama, hi papa," she said groggily. Izuku and Momo couldn't believe she was still up. "Eri, shouldn't you be asleep? It's past your bedtime," Izuku gently scolded. "I wanted to say goodnight to you." Yawn. Her long yawn told them that she was dead tired and desperately needed the rest. "Okay, but it's straight to bed after. Good night, sweet dreams," Momo said. "We'll be back soon to tuck you in." "Good night, sweetheart." Eri gave them a small smile. "Good night, love you." When the call ended, she immediately fell asleep. Izuku and Momo chuckled after being reminded of their parental responsibilities. "Well, we shouldn't keep her waiting. If she stayed up past bedtime, she must really want us back." Izuku said. "I'm messaging my driver," Momo said, only to be interrupted by said driver pulling up to them in a limo. "I didn't even hit send," Momo said in bewilderment. "Your mother called me, Lady Momo. Shall we go now? Proper rest is crucial to a growing child," the driver said, making the two stand up and walk towards him. However, Izuku stopped when he noticed something on the ground. A 100 yen coin. He picked it up and turned back to the fountain. "I wish I could stay happy with her forever." He then flipped the coin into the fountain. "Izuku, are you coming?" Momo called. "Oh, yes, sorry." Throughout the ride back, Momo rested her head on Izuku's shoulder with a smile on her face. 7. Yaoyorozu Mansion. After arriving to the Yaoyorozu's immaculate estate, they announced their presence. "We're back. How's?" Izuku was cut off by Kyoka coming up and putting a finger to her lips. "You two have one stubborn kid, you know that." Momo and Izuku looked at each other in confusion. "Not only did she refuse to go to sleep until I called you, but..." Jiro took them around a corner to show them Eri fast asleep on a sofa. "She wouldn't move from her spot until one of you came to tuck her in." Izuku and Momo had nervous smiles. Eri would have gone to sleep sooner if they weren't extending their night at that fountain. "I'll put her to sleep in my bed," Momo said, picking up the sleeping angel without waking her. "Join us when you're ready, Daddy." Momo threw him a seductive glare over her shoulder as she made her way up the stairs. Izuku blushed strongly as Kyoka wished she could unhear that. 3. Thanks for watching Eri, and sorry for any trouble it was. Here, you can have this. Izuku gave Kyoka the to-go box containing their dessert. "Thanks, and again, it's not a problem. If you ever need a babysitter or just wanna hang, let me know," Kyoka said before leaving. "So, I take it date night went well?" Inko asked, noticing the big grin on Izuku's face. "It was awesome," he sighed. "Well, you should get to bed. Don't wanna start tomorrow tired, do you?" Izuku looked at her confused, so Inko elaborated. "Well, Eri's too tired for a drive home, and frankly, so am I. So I talked to and she agreed to letting us stay the night. But no funny business this time, young man." Izuku nodded, happy with this outcome. This couldn't get any better. Or so he thought. Ding dong. Izuku heard the doorbell ring. Since he was the only one on the same floor as the front door, he went to go investigate. "Jiro, did you forgot something or Todoroki?" Izuku gasped. He wasn't expecting to see his friend who has been ghosting him for over a week. "Midoriya," Shoto asked in confusion. "Midoriya, you know Candy Cane over here?" Jiro asked, still hanging around. "Yeah, but it's been a while. What brings you here at this hour?" Izuku asked. Todoroki sighed heavily. Every cell in body wants to retch at this, but, Midoriya. Izuku looked at him with curiosity, anticipation, anxiety and slight fear. The next words out of Shoto's mouth shook him to his core. "I'm here to ask for Yaoyorozu's hand in marriage." Before Shoto shattered Izuku's reality, Shoto had an angry glare on his face. Nothing but disdain and anger reflected in his different-colored eyes. "I can't believe I'm doing this," he said as he reached the Yaoyorozu's front door. But he was confused to see a purple-haired girl with ox-cord earlobes exiting. "Who are you?" Shoto asked. "Just a babysitter my friends called in," Kyoka answered with a cold edge in her voice. Shoto was saddened by what she just said. She was doing a favor for her friends. For a brief moment, he felt like he'd been replaced. "What about you?" she asked back. "I'm here to ask something important of the Yaoyorozus," he said before walking past her. Kyoka could hear his heart skipping a beat, and wondered what caused him to have this sad, empty expression. "Can't it wait?" Yaomomo is busy tucking her kid in. Todoroki stopped and looked back at Jiro in confusion. "Yaomomo, a nickname," she explained. "Anyways, I've put this off long enough already," he said as he rang the doorbell. He was surprised to see Izuku answer in a suit. "Present." Kyoka stood behind Todoroki in shock at what he had just said. However, the shock she felt paled in comparison to the world-shattering experience Izuku had from Shoto's words. He stood motionless and pale, his eyes hollow and mouth gaped like a fish out of water. He wants to. For some reason, he thought of everything he had gone through since meeting Momo. Their meeting, their first sort of date, the night they confessed in her room, parenting Eri. And he also thought about the friendship he had forged with the very person asking to take away the woman he had grown to love more than anyone. It all piled up into an emotional outburst. Where the heck is this coming from? He yelled at the top of his lungs, making Kyoka wince, and Todoroki's hair flow back. "My father wants to arrange a quirk marriage between her and I, so unless she has a reason to refuse," Shoto's explanation only fanned the fire under Izuku. "You mean the same kind of marriage that put your mother in a mental hospital? That sounds like a damn good reason to refuse," he shouted again, starting to have tears of frustration and betrayal in his eyes. "Has this been what you wanted this whole time? So the training and everything I did to help you get over your issues, it was just to get to Momo?" he asked, angrily glaring at the half-cold half-hot teen. "And no, of course not. Truthfully, I don't want this either, Midoriya. But my faith, don't give me your father excuses," Izuku yelled, cutting him off. "You reject endeavor by sealing off your power, then when you finally start breaking those shackles, you agree to something like this. I don't know what's worse, you being your father's puppet, or a half-assed shutout." Todoroki and Jiro looked at Midoriya in shock. Never, in the time they'd known him, would they expect him to have a snap like that. It was even more shocking to Jiro than finding out she talked to Endeavor's son. "Did you even think about how this could affect us? How devastated I would be. I'm not just going to give you my blessings and cry behind a fake smile, while you get hitched to someone you don't even love to please your asshole father." Todoroki looked at Midoriya, seeing his pain and anger, but still not understanding where it was coming from. "Midoriya, what are you trying to say?" At this point, Izuku's patience was dangerously thin. "You half-baked moron," the greenette growled with his fists clenched, his posture hunched and tears barely being held back. He looked up at Shoto and glared at him with intensity comparable to his father. The fact that it came from his first friend terrified him. "Momo and I have been dating for as long as we've known you. Hell, longer than that. Did first name basis not give you a hint?" Todoroki's eyes widened. It was suddenly so clear, and obvious in hindsight. The fact that you couldn't see it, despite having a front row seat, proves that you'd make a poor partner. Strength be damned, Shoto was taken aback once again, but couldn't deny a single thing Midoriya said. Midoriya, if you hate your father so much, why are you doing exactly what he did? You should know better than anyone a marriage like this is asking for a painful future." Izuku cut off Todoroki, still too riled up to think rationally. Midoriya," Jiro spoke up this time, but Izuku ignored her. "I don't care what you or Endeavor say, I'm not just going to let you waltz in and take the most wonderful person in my life. How disgusting can you be? Midoriya," they both shouted. "What?" He finally turned around to follow their eyes pointing toward the staircase, where Momo was standing halfway the stairs down with a hand on her mouth. Izuku instantly calmed down, as if a water bucket was poured on his fire. He didn't even notice that she was wearing his t-shirt over her long, peach-colored nightgown. Apparently, Eri has started a trend. "How much did you hear?" Kyoka asked. "Enough," Momo said as she started walking down the rest of the stairs. "You must hate me now," Shoto said, feeling dejected as Momo reached the bottom step. While I am slightly disappointed, Todoroki, it would be hypocritical of me to judge you on this topic. Both Kyoka and Shoto looked at Momo confused, while Izuku was motionless, keeping his gaze fixed on her. There's a lot about mine and Izuku's relationship you two aren't aware of. Part of why we started dating is because I asked for his hand in marriage when we were still strangers. Todoroki and Jiro's eyes blew wide open. Their sights flicked between the greenette and the ravenette, neither of them hinting that this was a joke. You're kidding, Jiro said. So then, what did Midoriya tell you? Todoroki asked. The same thing I'm going to tell you. Izuku finally spoke again, keeping his back to Shoto, and his front to Momo. I can understand that from your point of view, this may be the only way to get through something I can't understand. But it's totally screwed up. You talked about marriage like it's for business. Unless you see it as giving your heart and soul to the person who would do the same for you, you're making the biggest mistake of your life. That's why I said no to marrying her. We were strangers who didn't know a thing about each other, and our relationship would have been too flimsy to sustain itself. But, I did want to see where a relationship with you would go. He took slow steps towards Momo. And to be honest, I fell in love faster than I could have ever imagined. In just 2 short months, I can't see myself with anyone else, and the thought of losing you kills me. So, I'm ready. Momo started blushing heavily. Are ready for what? She asked. Izuku bent down on one knee and took her left hand in both of his like she had back then. 5. No fucking way, Jiro thought, not believing what she was seeing or hearing. Todoroki had a difficult expression to read, but he certainly wasn't protesting. Momo Yaoyorozu, will you please marry me? The room suddenly went so quiet, a pin dropping could be heard. Momo put a hand over her mouth and started crying. Even though she was the first to ask, he was the one who did it right. Now that they've gotten so attached to each other, it's that much more meaningful. Yes, yes, 1,000 times yes, she said in a whispery voice. A massive weight had been lifted off of Izuku's chest as he got up to his feet and was pulled into a kiss by Momo. Of course, he didn't want to propose under these circumstances, but it was far better than losing the love of his life. 4. Kyoka was just standing there with her eyes the size of dinner plates. What the hell just happened? Was all she could think about her friends getting married. They already had a daughter, so it's not completely crazy. When the two of them separated, a large blush covered their cheeks. 1. I'm not sure what just happened, but congratulations, Kyoka said. They remembered she was still here, but Shoto was nowhere to be found. That Todoroki guy said he wishes you all the best, and that he's sorry. Izuku stared at the opened door. Many emotions were swirling within him. Anger, love, protectiveness, excitement, regret. He was brought out of his thoughts by an arm locking with his. We'll worry about him later, let's try to get some rest. Before Eri wakes up and gets lost looking for us. Momo said. You better invite me to the wedding, Kyoka said before leaving. Absolutely. Good night, Jiro. Momo and Izuku waved. They finally made their way to Momo's room, still reeling from what just happened. Izuku, are you sure you still want to be with me? Momo asked. What do you mean? There's no one I'd rather be with, he quickly said. Well, even if we're engaged, Endeavor may not take the news too well. I don't care what he thinks. Izuku surprised Momo again. Even if he is number 2, I won't let him ruin this for us. If it means keeping you, I'll say that right to his face. Momo felt hot tears building up again. He was devoted to her enough to even go against the flame hero. They made it to Momo's bedroom and saw Eri was still asleep, but she had kicked the sheets off. I have a surprise for you. Close your eyes, Momo whispered. Izuku did as she requested. The heiress was rummaging through her drawers and found it. Izuku felt her grab his left hand and place something on his ring finger. You can look now. Izuku opened his eyes and looked starstruck. It was an engagement ring. You're not the only one who moves fast. Momo giggled, holding up her left hand and displaying her engagement ring with a diamond in the center. Izuku smiled wobbly with tears escaping his eyes. How did I get so lucky with you? He asked. Momo wiped his tears away and cupped his cheeks. I ask myself that every time I think about you. They connected for a heartwarming kiss, emotions bursting like fireworks. The only thing that could break them out of it was the small weight on their feet. Looking down, they saw Eri had crawled out of bed and was sleeping on their feet in between them. Okay, we should really get in bed before she starts sleepwalking, Izuku whispered. Momo scooped up the sleeping, yet surprisingly active girl and got in bed with her. Izuku took off his shoes and blazer and was about to join, but he pulled his phone out of his pocket. He thought about Shoto, and what he said to him. He decided now wasn't the time for a conversation over the phone, but he promised himself to try and patch up the wounds. When he climbed into the bed with his new fiancée and child, he felt an indescribable bliss. Todoroki household. Fuyumi and Natsuo were cleaning up after dinner while Endeavor was waiting at the door with a smug grin on his face. One that made Natsuo sick to his stomach. "What's that bastard so happy about?" he snarled. "When I asked, he said something about putting Shoto on the path to greatness, whatever that means," Fuyumi said. "If it's anything like the path he walked, I'm looking into disowning myself from him." Fuyumi turned her head in surprise. "You don't mean that?" Their conversation was cut short when they heard the door open. Endeavor happily welcomed his masterpiece. "Shoto, welcome back. So, how did it go with your new brie?" SHHRSH. Asterisk. Endeavor was cut off by Shoto trapping him in a glacier. "Hey, what was that whoa?" Fuyumi came to check and gasped at her ice-encased father. "Keep that on ice for me," Shoto said before making his way to his room. "What's going?" Natsuo came to see what happened, and immediately dropped the wet plate he was holding, letting it shatter on the floor. 1. Slam. Asterisk. Shoto slammed his door shut while Fuyumi was completely lost on the situation. "Natsu, I think something's wrong with Shoto. I'll say, this is the ugliest ice sculpture I've ever seen." Natsu grinned while taking photos of the icicled Endeavor. "I'm totally making this into a meme. Like when King Neptune froze Mr. Krabs in that SpongeBob movie." 1. Suddenly, the Endeavor sculpture started shaking and cracking, before exploding in a burst of flames. SHOOOTTTOOOOOO. Holy shit, it's alive. The Christmas movies made it look so much more charming, Natsuo yelled while running to his room. Meanwhile, Fuyumi was trying to calm a seething Enji. "Where the hell is that boy?" "I in his room," Fuyumi stuttered. "I swear, it feels like it's always one step forward, 2 steps back." Endeavor marched off to his quarters. "Maybe you should have taken Natsuo's warning," Fuyumi muttered to herself before going to bed. The next morning, the sun rose majestically to mark the beginning of a new day in Japan. The birds chirping, the trees blowing in the breeze, the sounds of war in your house. Crash. Asterisk. "Oh, for the love of." Natsu grumbled into his pillow after the rude awakening. Dragging himself out of bed, he marched over to the source of the noise. It got louder as he got closer to his father's training room, where he saw Fuyumi peeking through the door. "That pyromaniac woke me up at 7 in the damn morning. I swear to God, this is the last straw." "Is he still angry?" Natsuo asked angrily. Fuyumi noticed her brother and shook her head. "It's not Dad, it's..." Natsuo looked inside with his sister. He was shocked at what he saw. The training room was demolished, which isn't anything new. He saw flames burning and pillars of ice. At the center of it all was an exhausted-looking Shoto on his knees. He ground his teeth furiously as he punched the floor with hardly a spark coming out. Damn it, his older siblings decided now was a good time to get involved. Fortunately, Fuyumi had just the thing to calm him down. "Hey, Shoto, you okay?" Natsuo asked, running in. "Stupid, selfish, impulsive, hypocrite. You had one job. Forget your father, and become what you wanted to be." He yelled at himself, not noticing his brother or sister. "Shoto, calm down," Fuyumi said. "But no, you didn't just take a page from Endeavor. You wrote a sequel to his freaking book." Still ignoring them, "Shoto," Natsuo called. Chapter 1. Make your first friend hate you. 5. Shoto. What? Fuyumi showed him his phone, and the message on the locked screen. "Midoriya. I'm sorry too, I said some stuff I shouldn't have." "Oh," Shoto said. "Yeah." Fuyumi nodded, helping him stand up. I mean, I'm still a screw-up, though. And now, you're one of us. Natsuo chuckled. 4. Meanwhile, in the Yaoyorozu manor, a certain Ravenette woke up with the most wonderful feeling in the world. Being held by her family. Izuku had his arms around her waist from behind, and Eri had her little arms around her neck, not tight enough to restrict her breathing, but it would take some effort to remove her. 3. Momo looked down at her ring finger and smiled. She looked down at Izuku's hands and saw him still wearing her ring. She let a stray tear run down her cheek. Her morning so far was perfect, and couldn't get any better. However, it could take a drop. Eri's nose was brushed by Momo's ponytail with every movement she made, until 2. Achoo! The little girl sneezed on the back of her mama's neck. Fortunately for her, it was all spit and no snot. She sneezed on me. It's adorable, but it's disgusting. Is this how Izuku felt? Momo thought to herself. Suddenly she felt the bed shift slightly. 2. Baby. 5 more minutes. Izuku said groggily. Baby. Where did that come from? Momo thought with a pink tint rapidly spreading over her cheeks. So soft. So warm. Izuku mumbled in his sleep. Is he really asleep or? Momo froze when she felt something going between her legs. It was Izuku's leg between her thighs, and close to nudging her lady parts. There's no way Izuku would be this bold with Eri in the room. Momo moved her hands down to Izuku's to try and wake him up. Zuzu. Dear. It's time to wake up. Izuku responded with a groan, squeezing Momo and Eri tighter, and nudging his knee further up her legs. Yep. Momo made the mistake of trying to cover her mouth with her hands still on Izuku's. She inadvertently dragged his hands up. 1. To rest upon her breasts. Momo had to bite her lip to stifle her moans. In spite of the fact that she was silently praying for something to wake Izuku to wake up before she let out any noises, she couldn't help but feel warm and tingly with the way he held her. 1. Unfortunately, her wish was granted. Eri started wriggling in between them, letting go of Momo's neck to stretch her arms. When she stretched her legs, her foot pushed against Izuku's chin. This made him start to release his hold. Thank you, sweetheart. While Izuku and Eri were waking up, Momo was trying to calm the rapid thumping in her chest and blush on her cheeks. Good morning, wifey. Izuku was not helping. After a very enticing morning that Momo dared not to speak of, she and her fiancé and daughter stepped out of bed, readying themselves for a new day. Izuku looked at his phone and smiled at the message he received. Todoroki. Sorry about that. I want you to know I fully support you both. Momo, on the other hand, was a mess. She couldn't get the things Izuku said in his sleep out of her head. Not only that, but she and Izuku had to tell their mothers about their engagement. She stared at her ring finger as if it would tell her what to do next. Mama, I'm hungry. Turns out, it was Eri who told her what to do next. Sorry, Eri. Let's go get you some breakfast. Momo said, while scooping up the child. What's wrong with Papa? Eri asked, confusing Momo for a second. Izuku looked completely fine, staring at his phone with a small smile. That's when Momo realized something was wrong. Izuku should be a blushing, stuttering, trembling, babbling mess. Yet he's completely blank. Momo waved a hand in front of his face. Eri pulled him by his sleeve. They even tried poking him in various places. Oh no, he's broken. My Izuku is broken, Momo thought in mild horror. 5. Taking his phone out of his hand, she noticed the message from Todoroki, and hopefully it meant they would make up. Setting that aside, Momo created a rolling carrier and placed Izuku on it. She would just have to have a big breakfast. Dining hall. ... Izuku. Snap out of it. Izuku finally said something after 2 hours of motionless silence. He realized he was in the dining hall, surrounded by women staring at him strangely. His mom, Momo's mom, Momo herself and Eri. You've been staring into space since we arrived. Is something on your mind? I asked. Izuku rubbed the back of his head while Momo squirmed in her seat. You might say that. He blushed. Anything from last night? I heard yelling. Inko inquired, causing Izuku to start sweating. We were paid a visit last night by Todoroki, Momo began, getting an idea of what was happening. For now, Let's just say that he and Izuku had a disagreement. But they'll make up. Inko looked at Ai for confirmation, and saw the concern in her eyes. There was a bit of tension in the room, until Eri broke it. Papa, what's Mary? Izuku and Momo nearly snapped their necks, turning to Eri. Ai and Inko's eyes widened. What do you mean, Snowflake? I asked, now intrigued. Last night, I heard yelling and I didn't want to sleep alone. I heard Papa say Mary, then he and Mama hugged. Snitch. Izuku and Momo were completely frozen. They didn't even care Eri wandered out of bed in the middle of the night. She had just exposed them like it was nothing. She saw that, and she heard me, Izuku thought. How could she even wake up? It was past her bedtime and she usually sleeps like a log. I really need to have a talk with her babysitter, Momo thought. Both teens yelped when their mothers inspected their ring fingers, finding wedding bands on each of them. Time stood still for a brief moment. Izuku could sense his mother about to explode, like a volcanic eruption of tears. Eri just sat in her seat, completely unaware of the ticking time bomb she just triggered. My baby's getting married. 1. Izuku was pulled into a bone-crushing hug by Inko with tears streaming down her face like waterfalls. Mom. Too tight. I can't breathe. Izuku struggled to get out, his face going from red to purple. Momo was faring much better since her mother already knew about her planning to propose. This is wonderful, honey. And Izuku was the one who asked. You have to tell me everything. Momo was dragged away by her mother, while a barely conscious Izuku was carried away by his mother. Eri was left sitting alone in the dining hall, completely forgotten. What's Mary? She asked again, before deciding to follow her papa and grandma. 1. With the Midoriyas. I can't believe what I'm seeing. My Izuku, getting married. It's too much, Inko yelled, still crying in the guest room set aside for her. Izuku sat down on the bed, silently screaming. We're going to need a cake, a venue, guests, music, you the finest tuxedo. As Inko listed off the things they would need, they were joined by Eri, who had a confused look on her face. Inko remembered it was the snowball who let the cat out of the bag. Grandma, what's Mary? She asked again. Inko dried her eyes and set the little girl on the bed next to Izuku. Well, Eri, marrying someone means you want to spend the rest of your life with the person you love. You wear a ring on your finger that matches your partner. Eri nodded. So, Papa's getting married to Mama? She asked. And I'm freaking out, Izuku finally said. I never imagined I'd get married. I don't know the first thing about being a groom. Inko understood where he was coming from. She'd love to help, but her knowledge on a groom's side of the wedding was limited. It's not she could ask her husband for help, since they cut ties a long time ago. Honey, if you wouldn't make a terrific groom, she wouldn't have said yes. Izuku calmed down. He brought this on himself, not that he regretted it. He just had to plant his feet, grit his teeth and eat that horse. I need some time to process all of this. It's all just really coming at me at once. Izuku left the room. Finally having a moment to himself, he starts drowning in his thoughts. 3. I'm getting married. To Momo, arguably the most incredible woman in the world. Holy whoa, am I gonna have to live here? And what's expected of me as her husband? All I really know is to not leave. Izuku realized his legs had just taken him up to Momo's room. He stared at the unmade bed, where he had slept with his fiancée. Twice. 1. After everything we've already done, why is this such a biggie? With the Yaoyorozus, Momo was lying on her bed, covering her completely red face while her mother had the widest smirk on her face. So let's see if I've got this straight, she began. Todoroki came here last night to ask for your hand in marriage, Momo nodded. But Izuku declined that notion since he knew you would hate that, Momo nodded again. And to secure a future you both would be happy with, he proposed to you right then and there. Momo nodded with smoke starting to come from the top of her head. Even if it meant incurring the wrath of Endeavor, he didn't falter. Momo nodded. That boy never ceases to surprise, Sakusei said on video call through a tablet, shaking his head with a smile. Why don't you go to your room and rest? We'll discuss wedding planning later. Momo did as she was told, still keeping her face covered. Momo made it up to her room, not looking where she was going, still lost in thought. I'm getting married. To Izuku, not for business or powerful offspring, but for what we feel for each other. It feels like my heart is going to burst right out of my chest. Is this what the prospect of marriage is supposed to feel like? What comes after? Izuku, Inko and Eri will most likely move in. Will Izuku move into my room? What if he or I want to see Consum? Oof. 2. Momo's spiral was cut off when she bumped into someone. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Momo trailed off when she realized who she had just bumped into. Her blushing soon-to-be husband. Izuku. Hello. She said awkwardly. Hi, Momo. He greeted back just as tensely. What are you doing here? Not that you being here is problematic. Momo quickly retracted. I needed some time to think. Not that means I'm having second thoughts about this. Perhaps out of a need for reassurance, the two noticed each other's fingers. The rings were still there. Izuku blushed and just ran out the room. I'll be in the courtyard, bye. He dashed off, giving Momo a chance to sigh. She went to her windowsill and sat upon it, staring at the morning sky. She couldn't help but remember the night they confessed to each other. How did this happen? Momo asked. It all hit her before she could even brace herself. Her eyes snapped open as red eyes and long, white hair popped in her head. And then purple hair and triangular eyes popped in her head. Momo grabbed her phone and gave Eri's babysitter a call. Jiro's room. Kyoka was chilling on her bed, strumming her wood guitar. I wonder if Eri's ever played an instrument. Her attention turned to her ringing phone. Noticing it was Yaomomo, she put it up to her ear with a slight smirk. 4. What's up, Mrs. Midoriya? Unless he's taking your last name. Jiro could hear Yaomomo's erratic heartbeat through the phone. Kyoka. Jiro's light-hearted attitude evaporated when she heard Momo growl her first name. She was honestly afraid she touched a nerve. Do you remember giving Eri anything that would keep her up? Anything sugary? Kyoka's sweat dropped. Okay. I may or may not have snuck Eri a small bowl of ice cream when her Gron weren't looking. But she wouldn't fall asleep after calling you, so it's not really a big deal. Not a big deal, is it? Eri climbed out of bed last night because she heard Izuku yelling, and she heard that we're engaged. Kyoka did a double take. She heard all that. Oh geez, well she probably doesn't even know what marriage is. That's where the problem is. She blurted it out that Izuku and I are engaged in front of our mothers. Despite Momo's clear frustration over the phone, Jiro couldn't help but chuckle. PFF'd. Holy shit, I'm so *HRCK. Sorry, Yaomomo snicker. Kyoka Jiro, I swear, if you dare laugh at this, you are blacklisted from babysitting duties for 3 months. Kyoka's snickering stopped altogether in the face of Momo's heart-stopping threat. Okay, sorry, I kinda get why you're upset, and it's partly my fault. But I know how to make it up to you. How? Jiro sent Momo a pic she took of Eri with a kitten filter. Using my own daughter's adorableness against me. That is just evil. You threatened to take away babysitting Eri, that is evil. A silence fell between the two girls. Can I throw you a bachelorette party? Kyoka awaited Momo's response. I wouldn't have anyone else. She replied, making Kyoka smile in relief. Great, I know we're underage, but how does a strip club sound? Jiro, worth it. She hung up. 3. Meanwhile, Izuku was breathing heavily, trying to calm the blush on his face. He had made it to the courtyard, and walked across it absent-mindedly. His legs carried him to the spot where he and Momo had their little picnic during that party. Izuku sat down and looked up at the sky. How is this my life? He asked himself. How am I going to do this? I can't ask Momo's dad for groom advice, that would be weird. And Hisashi is definitely off the table. Who could I? Izuku stopped himself and pulled out his phone. Please pick up. Please pick up. Bakugo household. Masaru Bakugo was enjoying a quiet midday in his house for once. Mitsuki was treating herself to a spa day, and promised those who would disturb her would face a wrath worse than Lucifer. Katsuki was out, plotting revenge, or something along those lines. Masaru loved his wife and son, but it was nice to have the house to himself. Settling into the sofa with a cup of tea and a good book, with white noise in the background, he could have a serene day to himself. Asterisk reeing, asterisk. Too good to be true, Masaru said as he checked his phone. Unsurprisingly, it wasn't Katsuki or Mitsuki. But he was surprised by who called him. Izuku, he answered. Hello, uncle. Masaru quickly pulled his phone away when he heard his nephew scream. You remember me some girlfriend well it turns out we're a lot closer than you think we're essentially attached at the hip hand. Izuku, breathe. Masaru heard Izuku inhale and exhale on the other side. Sorry, it's okay. Now, from the top. What's the problem? Izuku, in an understandable speed, began to explain. Well, first off, is anyone with you now? Nope, just me in the house. Why? Izuku sighed in relief, confusing the Bakugo patriarch. Well, it's about me and my girlfriend. Things have been going great, until recently. Something came up, and it's hard to put into words. Masaru could hear his glum tone through the phone. Oh no, is she breaking up with you? No, that's not it at all. This time, Masaru sighed in relief. Ah, good, sorry, since you first came here for relationship advice, I picked up this romance novel. Right now, there's trouble in paradise between the young couple. Because of a third party, it's make or break time. Izuku had no words, just a dumbfounded expression. Well, Momo and I aren't going through that exactly. Things have actually been great. She took me out to dinner last night, we sat together at a fountain and I made a secret wish that she doesn't know about. Masaru smiled as his nephew continued to gush over his own romance story. Ah, young love, so why did you call? To invite me to your wedding? He chuckled. Izuku went silent without hanging up. Yeah. He finally spoke. Masaru's body froze. Before he started chuckling. That's a good joke, Izuku. Well, take care. Tell your mom and girlfriend I said hello, uncle, it's not a joke. Izuku said in a serious tone, starting to make Masaru nervous. Okay, Izuku, stop messing around. You can't get married. For one, you've only known each other for the summer, and two, you just turned 15. It's far too early for you to. He was cut off by Izuku sending him a photo of his very real wedding ring. The two of them went completely silent. Quote. How the fucking hell? 3. Izuku was completely shocked. He had never heard his gentle, timid, mannered uncle swear before. Well, it's a long story. Does your mother know? Does her mother know? Why yes, they both know. Masaru didn't wait for an answer before calling someone else. Hi Masaru, how goes it? Izuku recognized the voice as Inko's. Inko, your son is apparently getting married. Is this true? Oh, yes wait he told you. We haven't even started working on the guest list yet. 1. I just wanted groom stuff advice. Izuku voiced. If I may, I wholeheartedly give Izuku my blessings, a new voice added. Who is that? Masaru asked. Mrs. Yaoyorozu. Izuku said in a groan. I think we're past the formalities, Izuku. Call me or if you prefer, mother. Izuku was a tomato at this point while Masaru was struggling to comprehend what he was hearing. I'm sorry, but did your daughter really ask for my nephew's hand in marriage? He asked. Actually, it was him who asked her last night. Him. Last night. Poor Masaru was gonna short circuit. If you'd like, my daughter can confirm it. I said. Wait, please no. Izuku begged, but it was too late. Momo's phone was already ringing, and someone picked up. Hello. A soft voice said. 2. Who is that? Masaru asked. Eri, is that you? Izuku asked. Hi Papa. The little girl said. Papa. Masaru asked, making Izuku want to die. Snowflake, what are you doing with Momo's phone? I asked. I wanted to check on Mama, but she was asleep, and the phone made a noise so I tried to get it to stop, because Mama's still sleeping. Mama, Eri giving out heart attacks today. 3. Sweetie, press the red button and put the phone down. I get the feeling you're not going to want to hear what's coming. Inko warned her granddaughter. Who is Eri? Masaru asked. Who are you? She asked back. Nobody even noticed yet another contact joining the accidental group. Forget the wedding, just throw me a funeral. Izuku said. Only if there's an explanation in your will. Masaru yelled. Why would my son-in-law need a funeral? Momo's father has joined the chaotic group call. Why would my nephew need to get married at such a young age? Masaru asked. Kill me. Izuku groaned. Little did he know, Masaru was starting to consider it, too. From that point on, it was chaos. Everyone was screaming at each other, trying to get their point across when they couldn't even understand what the point was anymore. The only one who wasn't shouting was Eri, who grew nervous because of all the shouting in her ear. She fumbled to hit the end call button, but accidentally hit speaker. Now it was like she was smack dab in the middle of a verbal war. Not sure of what to do, she could only whimper and cry silently. Fortunately, her saving grace picked her up and took the phone from her. The phone was placed on Momo's nightstand, where a fist slammed the wood right next to it. The sudden, loud thud echoed through every device, and the voice that followed left no room for backtalk. My daughter is crying, my fiancé is contemplating suicide, and every adult in this call is screaming like mad instead of easing the situation. Work it out, Momo said before hanging up and bringing Eri into the bed with her. 7. Everyone else was stunned into silence. I'll call back later. When my daughter isn't contemplating familicide, Sakuse hung up. So, Inko, would you mind helping me with the guest list? I asked. Of course. Inko and I hung up. And then there were two. I'm getting married by. That just left Masaru, sitting on the couch, wondering what the hell just happened. So much for a relaxing day to myself. Izuku felt like he had just dug his own grave. Maybe that's why he was lying motionless on the Yaoyorozu courtyard 2 hours after that catastrophic call. Momo's agitated voice was playing endlessly on loop in his head. Come to think of it, it was the first time he heard Momo truly angry. It scared him, and made him think of the main reason he might die. Mitsuki Bakugo. If even Masaru could swear and yell at this situation, he didn't even want to imagine what Mitsuki would do or say. Even if Masaru was sworn to secrecy, his wife would inevitably find out. And if Kachan, who already has a bone to pick with Momo, found out, they would need someone to bury his ashes. It's not just him that could be in danger. The Bakugos barely know Momo, how her family operates, and one in particular may do something irrational and stupid. If Katsuki ever laid a hand on Momo, explosive or not, he doesn't even know what he'd do. But the whole reason that's a possibility now is because she's stuck with him. He could never forgive himself if he got the heiress hurt. Get it through your skull, nobody wants a quirkless Deku ruining everything. What have I done? Improved my life beyond comprehension. Izuku sat up immediately, his first quick motion in over 2 hours causing him vertigo. Izuku held his head and shook slightly to try and regain balance, but Momo's soft hands kept him still and guided him back to the ground. Except, something was strange about the ground. It wasn't the cold, hard grass which had the shape of a depressed Deku. It was warm and soft, and he had an upside-down view of Momo's concerned face. Momo laid his head to rest in her lap. It's better to sit up slowly, or you'll give yourself a headache. Momo said as she began stroking his hair, sinking her fingers into his soft, green curls. Izuku's face was steadily turning red. Of all the things Momo could do to him that she hasn't already, she goes with a strategy to push him to the edge of his limits and she holds him there. Her soft fingers massaging his scalp, her soft thighs as his pillow, her warmth and scent, her caring eyes. But the thing that's really making his engine purr is the view. His face is only a few centimeters away from being in her buxom chest. Momo knows it's more than enough to distract him from what depressing thoughts plague his mind, but not enough to make him want to leave early, although it's pretty damn close. After several minutes of comforting her distraught fiancé, she stops finger-combing his hair and helps him sit up. They sit beside each other in comfortable silence. You could never be a burden to me, you know that, right? Izuku didn't look at her, and instead brought his knees up to his chest. I'm sorry, Izuku began. When you told me you met Kachan, all I could think was, if he hurts her, it'll be because she stayed with me. I hate that you've got a target on your back because of me. Momo thought carefully about how to approach this. Izuku saw himself as nothing but a liability, even after everything he's done for her, Eri and Shoto. With her course of action chosen, she opened her mouth. Izuku, look at Eri. Izuku looked at Momo in confusion. When you look at Eri, what do you see? Izuku thought about it for a moment. A lovely little girl, one who smiles often and has a bright future ahead of her. Momo nodded. She's a lot different from how we found her. A despair-ridden living experiment for that unforgivable madman. What about Todoroki? Do you think something is wrong with him? Izuku looked at her with passion behind his eyes. No, he's just a lonely kid, like I was. He's nice even if a bit cold, but that's only because of his traumatic past. Honestly, even though I snapped at him, I still consider him my best friend. Izuku's voice was resolute, just as Momo wanted. And what about me? Am I still that weak girl who couldn't defend herself, and desperately latched onto sycophants for company? Of course not. To her surprise, Izuku yelled at her, fully turning his body to face her. He sat on his knees and looked her dead in the eye. Momo, you were never weak, you felt alone. It's natural to need someone, everyone needs someone in their corner lifting them up. You're smart and brave and treat people right, and above all else, you're a hard worker. The studying and effort you put into your quirk to make it look easy is crazy, and you still keep pushing yourself to improve any possible issue you may have. The truth is you're the most amazing person I've ever met, and it's been a joy watching you get even better. Don't you ever think otherwise. In the face of Izuku's declaration, Momo could only blush but did her best to remember her plan. Ahem. So, you're saying that our daughter and Todoroki are growing into spectacular people. Izuku finished for her. And who do we have to thank for that? Who was there for us when we were miserable? Who spurred us on to become better versions of ourselves? Izuku thought back. Momo's words threw him back to his first meetings with the three. Knocking out that rapist to save Momo, taking the first step to break down Shoto's icy walls, risking his life to get Eri away from Overhaul. And the steps he took to helping them get even better. Being able to resonate with Todoroki as the two of them had awful experiences with the top heroes. The training to be a better hero. Taking in and giving Eri the childhood she should have had from the start. Helping Momo realize what she was worth, and that her old friends were taking advantage of her. Helping her reach new heights with her quirk and combat ability. Every significant improvement in their lives, it all comes back to. That's right, you, Momo said, holding his cheeks, stroking them with her thumbs. Even when we were strangers, you didn't hesitate to extend a helping hand to us. You constantly go out of your way to help us, none of us even asked you to. And yet you still work so hard to improve our lives, you do that just by being you. If that doesn't make you a hero, I don't know what does. 1. Izuku looked at Momo with tears in his eyes and a blush on his cheeks and quivering lips. What I'm trying to say is. She moved forward to capture his lips in a loving kiss. When she broke away from him, she licked his bottom lip lightly, making him shiver. Thank you for being our hero. My hero. Momo's speech to him left him speechless. He never thought of himself as great for what he did, never gave himself credit. So to hear all of that at once from the person closest to his heart. Frankly, it overwhelmed him, and the dam broke. He sobbed as Momo pulled his head into her bosom, letting him cry comfortably. Careful now, this is my favorite shirt. Momo said grinning. Izuku chuckled through his sobs. Haha. Sniff, I don't remember saying you could keep it. Momo didn't think he'd mind, after all she forgot she was wearing it when she left that day. But it looks better on you than it did on me. Keep it. Now it was Momo's turn to blush. Helping Izuku up to his feet, the two of them turned and walked back to the mansion. Thank you for what you said. I didn't think I could make such an impact. Izuku said. Momo grabbed his left arm and hugged it tightly. It just goes to show how little the ones who doubted you know. Bakugo and even All Might. Having to uplift Izuku taught Momo something. He's like Eri, they both have severe emotional issues. Like Eri's nightmares, Izuku has times where his insecurity and low self-worth affect him, even after accomplishing so much. That's the kind of mentality derived from a person who's been treated poorly for a long time. In Izuku's case, a decade. Regardless, Momo is happy to return the favor and get him to perk up. Even if it means forgetting to tell him she needs to wash her shirt and taking it off in the same room as him, giving Izuku a view of her bra-clad chest. It's all for him. The next morning, Inko woke up at 8 a.m., just in time to see I ordering numerous servants around. You, pull up a list of invitation designs, yes, madam. And you, call and see if the family Momo recommended can cover music. Yes, madam. A servant came in and brought I's phone to her. Hello, so you decided to cut your trip short. Excellent, I'm sure the kids will be glad about that. Okay, bye darling. She hung up with presumably her husband. When some of the chaos died down, I finally noticed Inko staring at her with a dumbfounded face. Ah, good morning Inko. Sorry for the bustling morning, there's just so much to do for the big day. Which reminds me, I ordered a moving company to swing by your apartment at 1 p.m. sharp. You and Izuku can meet them there. Inko was even more shocked by how I had apparently taken it upon herself to handle everything. I understand you're excited, as am I, but this is for both our kids. Shouldn't we have their thoughts before we handle everything? I looked at Inko with a sincere smile. Don't worry, I'm not trying to handle every detail, just going along with what Momo told me. When Momo learned arranged marriages would be an aspect she would have to deal with, her parents had the foresight to ask her what kind of wedding she would like. Instead of something reflecting her extravagant lifestyle, she said she would prefer a ceremony at home with a small guest list, 20-40 people, as opposed to their class's usually lavish weddings with hundreds of people on the guest list. Then again, a wedding beside a huge mansion is extravagant to most. Most of our guests would be close associates and extended family. Do you and Izuku have anyone you'd like to include? I asked. The first thought that comes to mind is inviting the Bakugos, of course. But after all the shockers Masaru was forced to endure in such a short time, they may have to reconsider it. Yes, but they may need some time to process it all. Inko said awkwardly. Process what? Momo asked with her little family in tow. After getting Izuku, Momo and Eri caught up, they all had very different reactions. Momo was one of bubbly excitement. Izuku was a tomato-faced chimney. And Eri was just enjoying the positive atmosphere without fully understanding everything. Since the Midoriyas had to pack, they decided to leave after breakfast. Meanwhile, the Yaoyorozus had their own separate business. 3. Before we go, Izuku spoke up. There's something I need to do. The soon-to-be former Midoriya apartment. Inko was in the landlord's office terminating the lease on their apartment. Meanwhile, Izuku and Eri were packing their clothes and stuff in boxes. Well, Eri was done in 5 minutes, and Izuku needed time to change out of the 2-day-old suit before packing. Papa, I'm ready, Eri said with 2 boxes. One saying, my clothes, and, my toys, in course writing. Good job, Snowflake. I'll get started on my things. After about 10 minutes, Inko returned. It's done, say goodbye to home. While the wording was sad, she and Izuku weren't. They have had good memories in this apartment complex, but there are much more bad than good. It felt invigorating to start anew with the Yaoyorozus. But not everyone thought the same. To Eri, this was the first real home she's ever had, and she's leaving it after nearly a month. Are you all right, Eri? Inko asked. Is it because we're moving? Eri nodded. But, we'll stay with Mama and Grandmother, right? And see them every day. Izuku smiled and kneeled down to her. All day, every day. Eri nodded and put on a brave face. Okay. 1. After getting her on board, they went back to packing. When the moving company arrived, Izuku decided now would be a good time to excuse himself and do what he wanted to take care of. Bakugo household. Masaru was acting strange to Mitsuki. He was quiet, nervous and timid. More so than usual, like he had something to say, but had to hold his tongue. Katsuki couldn't care less, however. Masaru himself was trembling under his wife's stern gaze that said, spill the beans or I'll spill your blood. He wanted to, but he couldn't just give out something out of Izuku's private life that he'd clearly prefer to remain private from Mitsuki and Katsuki. But between the scope of a secret wedding and Mitsuki's intense glare, it's only a matter of time. Knock knock knock. Mitsuki gets up to answer the door, letting Masaru sigh in relief and relax. Phew, I'm saved. If she kept looking at me like that, I would have told her about Izuku. Masaru's eyes snapped open at the mention of his nephew from his wife's mouth. Looking from his seat he saw it was the green-haired boy. Gosh dang it, out of the frying pan and into the fire. A wedding, Mitsuki shrieked. Masaru rushed to her side. Honey, I can explain. Well, probably not, but, look, someone in Izuku's girlfriend's family is getting married. Masaru stopped when Mitsuki showed him two custom-designed wedding invitations. It was pink with red outline and a red rose on the bottom left corner. You're invited to attend the marriage ceremony and reception of the soon-to-be Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu. We're still in the planning phase, so we haven't settled on a date. I'll be sure to tell you, though, Izuku said while rubbing his head. Mitsuki then turned to Masaru. Oh, were you saying something? Masaru took one glance at Izuku and saw his eyes that screamed, please don't tell. I forgot to pick up the herbs for dinner tonight. Hee hee, silly me, he said while scratching the back of his head. Damn it, I needed those for tonight's curry. While Masaru and Izuku were glad she bought it, Mitsuki's still so scary when she's mad. So, can I count on you two coming? Izuku asked. He was then pulled in by Mitsuki wrapping her arm around his neck. Hell yeah, we'll make time. And you won't even have to worry about Katsuki coming. Izuku sighed, thankful that this was going the best it could've. He didn't even have to mention Katsuki to get him off the board. Now he can get through this without having to worry about his childhood bully. Now he just has to worry about sharing a tombstone with his uncle when Mitsuki finds out the truth. Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. After visiting the Bakugos, Izuku had just one more stop to make before returning to Inko and Eri. He took in a deep breath, letting the saltwater air of Dagoba Beach soothe his nerves. He had planned to meet Todoroki here, and personally invited him to his wedding to show there's no hostility between them. Okay Izuku, you got this. Call him over, apologize, invite him, and we'll be good. I can do this. Izuku pep-talked to himself. That's the spirit. I hope you two make up. A new voice said. I don't recommend getting too close to him at the moment, though, another voice said. Izuku turned his head and saw Natsuo and Fuyumi sitting together on a bench. What the? Why are you two here? Izuku yelled in surprise. Watching. Natsuo simply said. Watching wa. Thoom. Asterisk. Izuku jumped at the sudden loud noise. It came from the direction of the shore. Turning his head, Izuku saw a long and wide stretch of the sea frozen into waves of ice, and a bicolored young teen responsible for it. Making sure he doesn't kill someone. Natsuo elaborated. This was strange. Izuku has seen Shoto vent, but this is on a whole other level. Hiss. Asterisk. The sound made from Shoto using a wave of flames to melt the ice back into water. He's been doing this for 2 days now, Fuyumi began. One night, he came home angrier than ever. He even froze our father. Natsu stifled a chuckle at that memory. He saw your text and that calmed him down, but he's still angry with himself. He comes here and trains his quirk like this until his body gives out, not making time to eat or rest. Like he's punishing himself for something. I don't think he'll really feel better until you've talked it out. Izuku stared at Todoroki from a distance with sad eyes. He felt responsible for this after saying what he said, so he resolved to fix it. Once Shoto was done melting the ice, Izuku approached him. Shoto noticed his presence before he even said anything, and they were staring each other in the eye with a heavy layer of tension around them. Until Todoroki bowed deeply to a perfect 90 degrees angle. I sincerely apologize for everything, Midoriya, he said, shocking the greenette. I didn't come here for an apology, it's okay. I said some stuff that I regret, too. Izuku put his hands in front of him. Still, you didn't say anything untrue. He didn't lift his head until Izuku showed him a pink slip of paper. Stunned at what this was, Todoroki finally looked at Midoriya again. You said some things, I said some things, and we both feel bad about it. Let's just move on, okay? Shoto stood up straight and stared for a moment. There was no uncertainty in his face. After a bit, he accepted Izuku's invitation. I'd like that. The two of them walked off the shore to Fuyumi and Natsuo, the older Todoroki's happy to see their little brother smiling again. Oh, I have some for you guys, too. Izuku said, inviting them to the wedding too. Wow, that's so nice of you, Midoriya. Fuyumi said. There's one problem, though, Shoto said. I haven't made it completely clear that I'm not engaged, so what if Endeavor finds out? Natsuo had the perfect solution. Just tell him the truth after they've already tied the knot. He can't do anything then, unless he wants the world to know the number 2 hero is a homewrecker. Izuku had even more to stress about now. Hiding it from his aunt Mitsuki is one thing, but Endeavor too. Instead of a burial, he may get cremated. 1. Hey, do you guys have an ice sculpture? Natsuo asked. I don't think we. Say no more, I'll make you one. Everyone stared at Natsuo in surprise or deadpan. What? Fuyumi asked in disbelief. You will. Izuku asked. Since when are you useful? Shoto asked. Hey, I have hobbies. Unfortunately, my family doesn't realize my artistic brilliance, he said dramatically. Tone it down, Squidward. Fuyumi said. Izuku thought about the offer. An ice sculpture would be an elegant element. He accepted, to the skepticism of the other Todorokis. 3. Cool, Shoto, send me pics of your friends to use. That sounds really weird without context. You know what I mean. 1. On that note, Izuku left to finish packing up and leaving his old apartment. When he made it back, he noticed the moving company I mentioned already carrying boxes. Things like clothes, tools, bath utilities, toys, etc. since most of the furniture came with the apartment. He saw his mom and daughter standing by the car, as he ran up to them. Oh good, you didn't leave without me. Eri jumped up and hugged Izuku. Good timing, honey, they're almost done. Where did you run off to? Izuku thought about how to answer her. I added some names to the guest list. Inko wanted to know who. He explained in the car on the drive to their new home. Yaoyorozu Midoriya Mansion. Mitsuki is so going to kill you. Inko said. Izuku was sweating as they entered the mansion. If even Masaru could yell at you, what could Mitsuki do to you? With his heart rate rising, Izuku did the one thing he could to soothe him, hold Eri. Okay, granted, I can see things getting kinda bad, mostly for me when she finds out. But at least Todoroki and I are cool, and Kachan won't be in attendance. That end bit didn't really bring him positivity. It just reminded them both of Deku and Kachan's awful relationship. And since the summer started, things have quickly been escalating. Sooner or later, they would confront each other about all that's piled up. 3. Katsuki just better hope he doesn't do or say anything stupid. Stupid enough to invoke Izuku's wrath like Shoto had. While the Midoriyas were packing and moving, the Yaoyorozus had left for the airport. They personally picked up Sakusei, who was eager to see his soon-to-be son-in-law and already granddaughter. The wealthy family caught up, mostly bragging for Momo about how great a partner she snagged. Momo herself was blushing and nodding. They arrived to see a moving company finishing their JO band about to leave. It will be a delight to have Izuku and Inko around. And this Eri I've heard so much about. Sakusei said. Please be careful with her, father. She's very delicate around new people. Momo said. Sakusei promised to be very gentle with the scarred girl. Eri meeting Sasuke went the same as her meeting with a nervous handshake. To recap, they had settled on a small guest list. Izuku made a few personal invites. The venue would be in the mansion courtyard. They had settled on music. As for the date, a small wedding wouldn't take as much time to put together as a normal wedding would, so August 20th would be the day Izuku and Momo are joined in holy matrimony. 2. That just left catering, a cake and the bride and groom's attire for the big day. *VVVV. Momo's phone suddenly started ringing and she answered it. Hello. It's my turn to be pissed at you. Kyoka deadpanned on the other side, to Momo's confusion. My parents just got a call about being hired to play for somebody's wedding. They recognized your name since I mentioned you to them, and now my dad is freaking out, asking why my friends are getting married. He's going on about how I shouldn't feel pressured to fall in line, or some shit. Momo had to put her hand on her mouth to stop from laughing, but that was pointless against Kyoka's super hearing. Gee, that does sound like an irritating ordeal. But don't fret, I have a solution. Momo's end was silent until there was some shuffling around and, Hi Auntie Kyo. Kyoka's anger immediately evaporated when she heard Eri's sweet voice. Damn it, she put my niece on the phone, now I can't get mad. 3. Hey Eri, how's it going? Good, I met grandfather today. Kyoka grinned as an idea popped into her head. Eri, can you help me out with something? With what, auntie? I need you to help me throw your mama a bachelorette party. Eri scratched her head at the new word. Bachelorette party. You, me and mama having fun before she gets married to your papa. Okay. To Momo's confusion, Eri just walked away with her phone. She wondered if she's going to regret that. Fitting. The bride. How is this? Momo asked. It has some charm, but it's a bit too simple. Sakuse said. Momo was currently trying on wedding dresses to see which one she liked best and would wear for the special day. Part of her would like Izuku's opinion, but she mostly didn't want to ruin the surprise. I'm not sure about this one. It's lovely, but a bit revealing. Momo already had settled on wearing a corset underneath. For her first night as Izuku's wife. Grooms have it easier since not as much detail and possibility goes into our suits. Sakuse said. After trying on a few more dresses that didn't feel quite right, Momo finally found the one. You look radiant, dear. It's perfect, Sakuse said as Momo looked in the mirror. I think this is the one, father. As she looked herself over, tears began building up in the corner of her eyes. She could imagine herself in this dress, walking down the aisle to her beloved. The scene she's dreamt of since she was a little girl was quickly becoming a reality. Honey, you look gorgeous. Izuku won't be able to keep his eyes off you, said I, coming over to her daughter with her granddaughter in her arms. Momo placed her hands on her hips and pouted at the two. Thank you, mother, it took some time but we finally settled on one. After you two went off in the middle of my fitting. I had an awkward smile while Eri was just looking Momo up and down. Ah, yes, sorry about that dear. I said while putting down Eri. The little girl ran up to Momo with bright eyes and a smile. Mama, you look really pretty. The simplest of compliments from Eri was all it took to melt away Momo's stern exterior. In an instant, she had gone from an imposing figure to the blushing bride she is. Ah, thank you, sweetheart, she said while picking up the little snowflake in a hug. What were you and grandmother doing? Suddenly, Eri's happy exterior was replaced by a panicked one. She quickly looked to her grandmother as if asking what to do. And she answered her silent question with a wink. Eri looked at her mother with an almost scared expression. You F flowers. She struggled to get her words out. Momo tilted her head. Flowers. Whatever do you mean, sweetie? Before Eri could force out another insufficient answer, I stepped in. 2. We were simply looking into what flowers would go into the ceremony. How does green and red roses sound? Fortunately, that seems to have done the trick. Momo is by no means dumb, not in any way, but it's easy to distract someone from their suspicions when you remind them of what they'd rather pay attention to. While Momo and Sakuse were paying for the dress, I was mentally berating herself for putting her granddaughter through that turmoil. I'm sorry, grandmother, Eri said while looking down at the floor. I bent down and gently cupped her cheeks. Don't be. You did good, Snowflake. You kept the secret and you didn't lie to Mama. We just have to hide it until the big day, and I guarantee she'll love it. Eri had a small smile, imagining her Mama's happy face when she sees the surprise she and I have in the works. Mama wants green and red flowers, right? I nodded. Maybe we can get a few white flowers, too, she said while lightly tickling the little girl. The groom. Wah, Inko cried, adding to the mountain of used tissues beside her. Mom, I'm not sure if that means you like it or not. Izuku said in his green suit. He thought maybe something with his signature color would be a good idea. Too much green, he asked the laptop in the seat beside his mother. Yeah, save it for a date. Green is a good look on you, but that much isn't wedding appropriate. Masaru said. Despite the unusual circumstances, Masaru was happy that his nephew was getting married to someone he loved, and would give him the moral support he needed. He and Izuku just prayed Mitsuki wouldn't punish them too severely. They love her, but they couldn't risk the possibility of a funeral until at least after the knot gets tied. This one isn't bad, is it? Ooh ah. Inko continued ball into the ever-growing mountain of tissues. Very nice, that one's very respectable. Masaru said. Izuku looked himself over with uncertainty. I don't know, it looks good, but I've worn black suits for her, it's becoming repetitive. And it feels out of place. Being comfortable with yourself can be pretty difficult in this time of your life. I went through 5 suits before it was settled. From my experience, try matching your bride. Izuku thought about that. I think Momo's going to be wearing a white dress. White. After a few minutes, Izuku tried his 3rd suit. A slim fit 3-piece. 2. I think this'll do. She and I can match. Inko continued to cry while nodding and making blubbering sounds of agreement. I think we have a winner. I'm not telling him I wore all white too because Mitsuki wanted it. Masaru thought. Todoroki household. Fuyumi had a tick mark on her forehead while massaging both her temples. She was currently sitting in the kitchen, near Natsuo's workspace. The Todoroki brother had practically demanded his sister's presence as he put on the finishing touches of the ice sculpture Midoriya asked for. How the hell can he use a jackhammer on ice? Fuyumi thought to herself. Finally, the sounds of power tools in use ended. When the dust settled, Natsuo was dressed in a black apron, beret and had a fake handlebar mustache. It is done, he said, taking a dramatic pause. Sister, you have the esteemed privilege of being the first to see my art. Rejoice. He proudly pulled off the veil to reveal his brilliance. Fuyumi stared in shock at Natsuo's so-called art. Her mouth was agape like a fish and her eyes were the size of dinner plates. Natsuo, on the other hand, was reveling in the fact that his sister had stalled to absorb his genius. I know, it's amazing. I did what I could for Yaoyorozu's chest, but even we geniuses have limits. Tell that to the groom. Finally, Fuyumi was able to snap out of her stupor to use words. Natsu, you aren't seriously going to take this to the wedding, are you? She asked, deathly afraid of her answer. You're right, it belongs in a museum. But we all have to start somewhere. Where? In a coffin. Fuyumi outbursts. I admit it's pretty well made, but you'll be asking to get murdered. Midoriya, the Yaoyorozus, maybe even Shoto. They'll all want to kill you. Fought. Natsu asked incredulously, taking off his apron. I toil away for days, making this masterpiece for my little brother's friends out of the kindness of my heart, and you tell me to start writing my will. It's not bad. Actually, it's really good, but of all the things, you had to do ancient Greek love. It's also my summer project. 2 birds, 1 stone. Fuyumi just planted her face in her hands. Oh, for the love of. I can't lose another brother, especially not in the stupidest way imaginable. I want a second opinion. Shoto. Said brother appeared with a bowl of soba in his hands. What's up? Why is Fuyumi crying in the corner? Because I'm gonna have to unveil my special skill, writing obituaries for idiots. The spectacled woman cried out. You know your friends pretty well, how would they like the masterpiece I've prepared for them? Shoto slurped on his soba, but immediately stopped when he saw Natsuo's creation. He just stood there frozen with noodles hanging out of his mouth. Eventually, he swallowed. Well, the good news is you don't have to worry writing an obituary, Fuyumi. Huh. While Fuyumi was shocked, thinking every Todoroki except her had gone mad, Natsu was beaming with pride. Until Shoto continued. Even though Midoriya's bound to get furious, he won't kill Natsuo per se. Oh come on. Natsuo threw his hands in the air and groaned. Firstly, this is the worst possible way you could get him pissed. Bring his wife into something ridiculous. I speak from personal experience. And secondly, when he does snap, it's the most cutting thing you could ever experience. His angry eyes, his harsh but true words, frankly, they still haunt me. On the bright side, you'll probably get to see Mom soon. Natsuo was getting tired of all this slander on his brilliance. He now knows what it's like to be Squidward, a genius among rubes. Don't you have anything you should be doing? Like planning Midoriya's bachelor party or something? As Shoto finished his soba, he looked at Natsu with curiosity. Bachelor party. Fuyumi cried even harder in the corner. 2. Some unknown location. That's it. That's fucking it. Some thug yelled with 2 others listening. Oh, he's not gonna know what hit him. He's so fucking dead, the idiot has no idea. The second one laughed. The third just sat silently like a punk with smoke coming from his palms. I can't wait to take that nerd down a peg. One chuckled. More than that, if he thought he was rock bottom before, he'll be 6 feet under, begging to die. The other chuckled. The third one was getting annoyed with them acting like they'd already won instead of actually having their meeting. Boom. Asterisk. The idiots were silenced by an explosion from the one who had been quiet until now. Would you fucking morons tell me the damn plan already? Light crackles and pops emanating from his palm shone light on the most imposing one of them. His searing red eyes and gritted teeth. They couldn't remember the last time they had seen Katsuki Bakugo so riled up. Ahem. Glad you asked, Katsuki. We're here to finally murder Deku. Not literally. Since the start of the summer, the damn nerd's been getting too high and mighty. All this shit about him fighting back and learning to fight and actually sticking up for himself. And it all began with one person. It all started when he met her. The delusional bimbo who was playing the part of his girlfriend. It made them sick to even think about Deku having a genuine relationship. And to make it worse, Katsuki met her and can confirm she's a confident bombshell with tons of money, riding around in limos. I'm gonna slaughter that damn nerd and throw his corpse in his bitch's face. Katsuki thought to himself as he listened to his extra's plan to permanently put Deku in his place. 5. First things first, Deku can't actually fight, the fingers extra falsely believed. All he could do was shove us off and run away. We just gotta corner him, block any escape routes, and make him squirm like the rat he is. Bakugo was already disappointed. That would have worked in the past, but not now. If Deku can stand up to Katsuki one-on-one and a real supervillain, they'll need to take it up a notch. That's just the start. Ever since he's gotten his ass handed to him by Birdface, he's been blowing, everyone saying he's a hero. So we'll get it on video, post it, and remind everyone where Deku fucking stands. The long neck extra said. Katsuki was starting to get amused by this. He had forgotten about Birdface putting Deku in the hospital with that Yakuza runt. It was all over the news. Even if he was discharged early, he's gotta be frail and recovering. Katsuki smirked to himself. The tiny girl would probably be a harder challenge. Poor Squirt has to live with the fact that that damn bug saved her. Oh well, that'll just twist the knife in Deku some more. He'll probably start crying when I tell him the runt's better off without him. 1. We'll record the whole thing on one of our phones, cornering him, mocking him, beating him down to his place. Then they'll all see that nothing's changed. Katsuki said as he got up. He's still a worthless bug asking to be smashed. And the next time we see him, there'll be no getting out of it. The nerd's fucking dead. He grinned like a psychopath as he and his crew walked out of some random alleyway. 2 days. Just 2 more days until it happened. The happiest day of 2 teenagers' young lives was right around the corner. Cutting it extremely close, but they could make it work. One could feel the excitement and love in the air around the Yaoyorozu Midoriya mansion, soon to be under a single name. Not that the mansion would be under their ownership immediately. They were already moving nauseatingly fast. There was just one thing to do before the big day: take out the bride and groom. A day of fun separated from each other before spending the rest of their lives together. Kyoka Jiro was on her way to the mansion to throw Momo her very own bachelorette party, and meet up with her little partner in crime to help her do so. The punk rocker smiled as she saw tables and chairs being accounted for near the courtyard. As she made it to the entrance, she saw a familiar head of red and white hair. Shit, please don't tell me you're gonna do something stupid, Candy Cane. Kyoka internally groaned. What are you doing back here? She didn't intend to sound so venomous, but she didn't want her friends to have any hiccups so late in the game. I'm here to take out Midoriya. Kyoka's eyes widened as her heart stopped. Apparently her earlier wish was too much to ask. 1. I'm giving him a bachelor party, and I want to see if he's open to it. Kyoka sighed when he finally finished. For fuck's sake, dude. I thought you were never mind, you don't need to know. So, are you and Midoriya cool now? 'Cause he blew up on you pretty hard. Shoto looked down after being reminded of that night. He forgave me faster than I could have imagined, but I feel like I still need to make up for it. Kyoka just smiled. Well, it's the perfect opportunity to get stuff off your chest, even if it is supposed to be about him. I'm sure you'll work things out. So what are you doing here? Shoto asked. Bachelorette party for Momo. I'm picking up her and my little partner. Shoto realized she was talking about Eri, the little girl who had become an essential part of Izuku and Momo's lives. He hadn't seen her since they first met in that alley. His thoughts were interrupted by the door opening, revealing a well-dressed Yaoyorozu. Momo was wearing a regal white and light pink shirt with puffy shoulders and matching puffy shorts held up by a black leather belt. She wore black leggings and black low-heel shoes. Ah, Jiro, thank you for taking me out for this. Momo kindly greeted her friend. No problem, but where's Eri and the green groom? Momo chuckled. Izuku was getting Eri prepared. She was being strangely difficult today. Whenever he went near her dresser she would jump in front of it and stop him. Eventually, she just pulled everything out and then let Izuku help her pick her clothes. She said that whatever it was, she'd tell us soon. Kyoka tilted her head at the child's strange behavior. She'll have to ask Eri about this secret later. Finally, Momo noticed Todoroki and the atmosphere became awkward. Todoroki, can I help you? She asked warningly, urging him to be careful with his words. I'm trying to make amends for my foolish mistake. And before you say anything else, I want to apologize. I didn't think about how such a thing would have affected you or him. 1. Todoroki bowed deeply to the Yaoyorozu heiress, surprising her with the display, and making Kyoka glad that there wouldn't be some stupid battle for Momo's hand in marriage. Momo opened her mouth to respond, but a new voice beat her to the punch. Hey, we're ready, Izuku's cheerful voice called. He came down the stairs in a white button-up shirt and black dress pants and shoes, a simple but formal choice of wardrobe. In his arms was a similarly dressed unicorn. A matching button shirt with the buttons on the collar, a red skirt and black leggings and shoes, and her cat headphones. Momo smiled, but sadly had to break the truth to him. Mama, do we look good? Eri asked with a wide smile. She probably didn't know Izuku couldn't join them. You both look incredible, she said, unable to find it in her heart to say it. You're not coming, Green, Kyoka said flatly. Why can't Papa come, Auntie? Eri asked sadly. Well, Eri, a bachelorette party is girls only. No papas allowed, Kyoka said while transferring Eri to Momo's arms. But he'll be lonely, Eri whined. No he won't. Shoto stepped in, surprising the little family. Todoroki, Izuku and Momo asked. You will? Eri asked in hope. Shoto looked at her with a small smile. Don't worry, I'll keep him company until you get back. That is if he'll have me. He looked toward Izuku for the green light. He contemplated it for a moment, and smiled back at Shoto. You know what, that sounds like a great idea, he said, making Shoto's smile grow. 2. Izuku went back inside to inform his mother about the change of plans. Inko knew he wouldn't be able to go along with Momo's bachelorette party, and she didn't picture Todoroki as a party animal from she had heard. So the shock of Izuku telling her he was about to go out for his bachelor party and meaning it was something she wasn't prepared for. After a couple minutes of letting it sink in, she let him go. Don't go to any shady hangouts, and don't drink and drive, she said. Mom, I literally couldn't do any of that if I wanted to, he said. It's your last night of freedom, I'm not taking chances. That reminds me, be back by 6, understand? That contradicts your earlier statement but, got it. Izuku made it back while rubbing the back of his head. Quote. We're good. Kyoka giggled lightly. She could well understand what it's like having a doting parent, but she had to admit it's funnier on someone else. Shoto had a difficult expression as if something deep inside him was touched. He knew what he would do with Midoriya first. I don't know if letting 2 boys party around town is a good idea, Kyoka said. Says the one who offered to get me a stripper for my party. Momo shot at Jiro. Fortunately, Eri's headphones covered her ears and she couldn't quite hear anything that well. What? But Izuku could. His green eyes bore straight into Kyoka, making her realize she made a mistake. 3. It was a joke, there is no stipper. She stuttered, surprisingly fearful of the greenette. Never involve his wife in something stupid. Shoto thought. Well, we should be going now. Momo spoke up. She kissed Izuku on the temple to calm him down and they said their goodbyes. Izuku adjusted Eri's headphones to rest them on her shoulders. Have fun with Mama and Auntie, I'll see you all at the end of the day. Stay close to them at all times, don't talk to any angry blondes and keep an eye on Auntie for me. Eri nodded at everything her papa told her. Izuku kissed her on the forehead as they started walking towards the limo. Oh, and call me if anything goes wrong. 1. We won't, Kyoka yelled back at him. Had to try, Izuku thought. I'm jealous of Eri, Shoto said, after watching that whole scene. Huh, why, she's got a much better father than me. 13. Momo's bachelorette party. The three ladies climbed into the back of the limo, Momo and Eri waving goodbye while Jiro closed the door. He reminds me of my dad, always worrying, she chuckled. So, what do you two have planned for me? Momo asked. It's going to be a lot of fun. Eri bounced in Momo's lap. To the club, Jiro exclaimed to the driver. What? Momo thought in horror. Karaoke club and grill. Oh, Momo said, relieved it wasn't somewhere unsavory. Aunt Kyo said we're going to sing and eat here. Eri said while in Momo's arms. Sounds like a fun time, she exclaimed as Kyoka led them in. They were quickly seated in a private room, much to the relief of Eri. Excitement and optimism can only go so far in the face of her fear of strangers. 1. You seem familiar with this establishment, Jiro. Kyoka had multiple staff members wave at her and ask how she was. Yeah, my family and I come here every now and then. So often that the staff are familiar with you. Kyoka's jacks fidgeted together as she turned her head. So I come from a musical family, sue me. Momo giggled at her friend's attempt to save face. Meanwhile, Eri was browsing the menu, squinting her eyes as the dark room made it difficult for her to read. Eventually, she asked Momo to help her. Mama, where's the katsudon? Oh no, Izuku got her obsessed with it, too, she thought. 2. After placing their food orders, the party girls got to the first activity of the day. Okay ladies, who's up first? Kyoka said while pointing the microphone between Momo and Eri. Why you want us to sing? Momo asked. It's a karaoke parlor, what else would you do? Jiro asked, Momo feeling a bit silly. It's just that I've never done something like this before. Momo admitted bashfully. Kyoka has been Momo's confidant besides Izuku for a bit now. She knows about how her old friends used to treat her. Well, today's as good as any to try something new. I won't force you, but if you wanna try, it's your call. Today's your day, Ms. Bride-to-be. Momo's smile radiated at Kyoka's words. She really had a great friend by her side. Deciding she had to get the ball rolling, Kyoka scrolled through the machine's playlist. No cussing, Momo stated since they had an impressionable 5-year-old with them. Kyoka complied when she felt the same intensity from Izuku from her, but watered down a bit. She smirked as she found a good starter song. This one goes to the lovely couple, one of whom we're here to celebrate. Momo was already skeptical. E.T. by Katy Perry without Kanye West version. Clap clap clap, went Eri's tiny hands, Kyoka's melodic singing voice earning her praise and applause. Momo, on the other hand, was blushing in her seat. She didn't have any cusses, but the song was seductive, as uncomfortable a thought that was. I take it you liked it? The perplete asked. It sounded really good, Aunt Kyo. Eri cheered. Why yes. You have a wonderful singing voice, Jiro. Momo said almost forced. Kyoka was already struggling to keep a straight face as she turned back to the machine's playlist. This next one goes to a special little snowball. Momo had a decent guess to what this one would be. Mockingbird by Eminem, Eri's favorite song, but Izuku usually sings it to her and she's never heard the full version, just the chorus. The music was vaguely familiar to her, and Kyoka's voice didn't make it any less special to her. I know mommy's not here right now, and we don't know why. We fear how we feel inside. It may seem a little crazy, pretty baby. But I promise, mama's gon' be alright. True to the lyrics, mama turned out just fine, in fact she turned out stellar as the second vocal. And if you ask me to, daddy's gonna buy you a mockingbird. I'ma give you the world. I'ma buy a diamond ring for you. I'ma sing for you, I'll do anything for you to see you smile. Eri's smile stretched across her face as she listened to her mama sing for the first time. Kyoka finished up. And if that mockingbird don't sing or it makes you cry, I'ma break that birdie's neck. I'll go find that monster that dared to hurt ya, and make him regret it. Don't mess with Aunt. 4. Her revamp of the last few lines was unexpected but not at all unpleasant, giving Eri a personal touch. When the song was over, she got up out of her seat and hugged both Momo and Kyoka. The older girls bent down and held her tightly. They didn't need to say anything in that moment, the message was clear already. They loved the little snowball. Later on, they decided to take a break and eat the food they ordered with relaxing music playing in the background. Momo was greatly enjoying her bachelorette party so far, experiencing something she wouldn't have without her friend. A real friend. That thought invigorated her to step up to the machine for her first full song. That's the spirit, Yao Momo. Kyoka cheered. What are you going to sing, Mama? Eri asked excitedly. Momo scrolled through the playlist. One song, Time Bomb by Nico Collins, beckoned her for a moment, but she decided that a celebration wasn't the time or place when she read the description and genre. This one seems interesting, she said, selecting her first karaoke song. Royalty by Exod and Maestro Chives featuring Neoni. Momo breathed in and out to steady her heartbeat. She opened her eyes to see Eri and Kyoka's expressions. Was it okay? Kyoka stared at her starstruck, as if Yaomomo didn't just hear her own angelic voice. Okay. It was beautiful, Eri jumped and said, throwing her hands in the air. What the heck, Yaomomo? You didn't mention a second quirk that makes you a siren. I'm actually worried Midoriya might find us if you keep singing. Momo blushed at the praise and giggled at Kyoka's joke. The rest of their hour was spent singing and laughing and having fun. 3. Once their time was up, they exited the karaoke club, all three of them with a pep in their step. That was incredible. I'd love to take Izuku here sometime. He'll go anywhere, he's guaranteed to hear those golden pipes. Kyoka commented. They all climbed back into the limousine for their next destination. We're going to my place next. Eri exclaimed. You heard the unicorn, to the mall. Kyoka said to the driver. Momo had a good idea of what Eri's place could be. On the way there, they came up to a place Momo absolutely had to visit. 1. What's the deal, Yaomomo? Kyoka asked as she stepped out and saw the dreamy expression on the heiress's face. This is where I had my first date with Izuku, she sighed. That's what this was, a trip down memory lane. Alright then, how about we get some drinks? Kyoka offered. The party girls ordered their drinks, iced raspberry tea, soda and apple juice, and sat at a table outside the cafe. Momo dreamily told her party planners about the outing that began her and her soon-to-be husband's relationship. And, true to his word, he does treasure the notebook I made him, she finished. That's so sweet it's rotting my teeth more than this soda, Kyoka remarked. So this place is special to you and Papa? Eri asked. Momo gently stroked her cheek. Very special, my sweetheart. 1. After finishing her drink, Eri needed to use the restroom. Kyoka took her in, giving Momo time to recount her times with Izuku in peace. Sadly, her excellent company was traded for far worse. Yaoyorozu. I know that ponytail anywhere. Momo stiffened at the two familiar voices. She saw a scaly pinkett and a flashy blonde. Two of her old school friends, Jiga and Akarui. Momo struggled to fight down the quickly rising disdain to not fully glare at them, but just seeing their faces brought her anger. An ironic twist of fate considering her initial feelings towards her. 2. Jiga, Akarui. It's been some time. Not long enough. Yeah, ever since someone ghosted us after a small disagreement. Jiga began with the guilt tripping. Although, if memory serves correct, Momo was being accused of lying by the whole friend group. That seems like enough reason to cut communication with someone. Anyway, you two seem to be doing well. They could almost detect the subtle hint of sarcasm in her voice. Unsurprisingly, the girls were carrying shopping bags, but each only had 2. Back when Momo was their express card, they usually had triple the baggage. Sure, and how have you been without anyone to spend time with? Akarui asked, hoping to see Momo despair over solitude like she had when they first met her. If you must know, I've been doing fantastic, Momo replied proudly. I've been bettering myself and spending time with people who value me instead of my fortune. Jiga's and Akarui's blood was boiling, the heiress was doing far better without them. If that was the case, they had no chance of getting back in her good graces. But then their eyes caught something. Something on her hand. Something shiny. "What's that?" Jiga asked interrogatively. "What's what?" Momo asked back. The reptilian girl grabbed Momo's wrist and pulled it up. An engagement ring. Momo stood up and quickly pulled her arm back. She was surprised at the uncouth treatment, and further reminded of why she separated herself from them. Wow, after all the talk about not wanting to get hitched, you sell out to someone with deeper pockets. Akarui said. That couldn't be farther from the truth. Momo said, trying to keep her cool, but Jiga piping up made it difficult. It makes sense, now that you're getting married to one of the sycophants you hate so much, you think you're too good for us, after all we've done with you, you ditch us for some scumbag. Slam. Asterisk. She was cut off by Momo slamming her palm onto the table. The act turned a few heads but no one gave them a second glance after seeing Momo's frightening aura. These two had pushed her to her breaking point. You want to talk about being selfish? Look in the mirror, she said in a low, threatening voice. Everything we've ever done has been centered around my bank account. It's always been whatever you wanted, so excuse me if I'm sick of being surrounded by hypocrites, and seek company from others that don't use me to get by. She looked up at them with a scowl they didn't even believe was possible for someone like her. And as for my engagement, I've been blessed to marry the most selfless person I have ever met, Izuku Midoriya. The shy, quirkless nerd from before. That fact infuriated them even more since the wedge between them began when he got into the picture. Before they could say something about him they'd certainly regret. Hey Yaomomo, we better get going. Aries starting to get demanding about the arcade. Kyoka entered the conversation to try and pull Momo out. Oh, this must be our replacement. Akarui stated snidely. How much do you think she pays her? Jiga asked. They shut up when Jiro pressed the metal tips of her jacks against their throats. Her intimidating glare was even more frightening than Momo's. 1. I don't need to tell you spoiled bitches how badly you screwed up. In just one day, I've been a better friend to her than you've been in months. And FYI, I've been the one spoiling her because she's my best friend. Now you two get the hell out of here, I'd rather not get my jacks dirty when I impale your throats. 2. Almost whimpering at the aggressive threat, the two narcissists ran off, leaving Kyoka and Momo alone together. This is wishful thinking, but maybe they'll leave you alone now. If they said anything else I'd have turned their windpipes into crazy straws for Eri. Sniff. Jiro looked at the direction a small sniffle came from. Any anger that was still burning within her was put out immediately when she saw Momo wiping tears away. She immediately tried to comfort her. Did. Sniff, did you really mean what you said? She said through her tears. No, I wouldn't give Eri their windpipes, she'd probably get a disease. Haha, and no, I meant about me being your best friend. Kyoka was surprised that that was what she was crying about, and not anything else from that whole confrontation. Although, it speaks volumes to the perplexed about how shitty her friends were, as she put it. Kyoka sighed as she wrapped an ear around Momo's shoulder and pulled her into a hug. Come here, you big softy. I think you're letting Eri rub off on you, too. Momo chuckled again. Actually, Izuku has shed far more tears than her since we met her. The two of them shared a laugh before returning to awaiting Eri, although, her pout turned into a worried face when she saw Momo wiping stray tears away. Mama, what's wrong? She asked, only to see her smile before enveloping her in a hug. Nothing's wrong, my little angel. In fact, I've never felt better. They sat back down for a bit, letting Momo finish her drink and calm down. I'm sorry the mood dropped, it's partially my fault for having associated with them. Kyoka shook her head. You're not responsible for their nonsense. She caught herself before swearing in front of Eri. Hilariously, it seemed that the 5-year-old was keeping them in check. I think I know how to make it up to you, Momo said as she pulled out her phone. What are you doing? If you're calling your hubby, don't worry, I know the rules of a bachelorette party. We may not be at the karaoke club anymore, but she placed her phone on the table to a specific song. How about one more song, my treat? Kyoka recognized it was Time Bomb, a song about being in a relationship with a narcissist. Seems Kyoka inadvertently gave her a new way to vent. She decided to just keep silent and let her friend get it out of her system. She needed it. I'm a fan of Nico Collins. Momo took a deep breath in through her nose and out her mouth. That was cathartic. What did you? Momo was confused to see Eri tightly hugging Kyoka, the latter having a very uncomfortable-looking expression. Was it not a good song? She asked worriedly. Oh, I don't know, ask them. She pointed toward a small crowd of people that had gathered around their table, and they started clapping and cheering when Momo noticed them. You just had to prove me right about that siren quirk thing, huh? Jiro chuckled lightly. Momo, on the other hand, was a tomato. She believed her friend and daughter when they said she had a beautiful voice, but she never imagined so many people would agree with that. Let's go before they start demanding an encore. Jiro got out of her seat, grabbed Momo by the wrist and ran off to the limo. A few of Momo's new fans followed them, but Kyoka closed the door and they rode off before they got too close. Huff, huff, damn, yao Momo, standing up to your problems, getting a crowd to cheer for you, dining and dashing, I didn't think you were such a rebel. What next? Breaking curfew to go drinking. Kyoka laughed hard at Momo's embarrassment. I didn't mean to gather a crowd. Oh god, what would my parents think? What would Izuku do? Why didn't you stop me? Momo asked frantically. I tried, but you were so into your song, the rest of the world disappeared. Did we actually leave without paying? That's a real crime. Chill, yao Momo, I paid up front. I was messing with you that last one. Momo took in a deep breath and plopped into her seat. Eri, please tell me your idea is something not so stressful. Hiyashi Ward Shopping Mall. The arcade. We're here, Eri said, gesturing her arms to the arcade. The small child was beholding the digital paradise as if it were some holy place. It was a very nostalgic sight since it was around here that they first met Kyoka. A few video games was just what Momo needed to calm down after her accidental street performance fiasco. 1. Eri eagerly dragged her mother and aunt in by their hands. One of the first things they did was a dance machine. Kyoka came out on top because Eri had the smallest limbs and Momo had the largest, bongos. Next was the infamous classic, Pac-Man, Eri's favorite retro game, which she won. At first, Momo and Kyoka planned to take it easy on her and let her win, but she surprised them. The contest was based on performance, and Eri had the best, making it to the third stage on her last life. She was a scarily good gamer, learning so much from having only played and watched once. Perhaps Izuku's analytical hobby is rubbing off on her. Next, Kyoka introduced Eri to one of her childhood favorites, Star Rocker. The player chose between a guitar, drums or piano, and a screen showed them the rhythm to follow. Kyoka adjusted the strap of the guitar around Eri and set it up for her. Eri wasn't feeling great about this since she wasn't very good at the dance game, but that's okay. Standing behind her and helping her strum will always be one of Kyoka's fondest memories. With most of the tickets they earned, Eri was given a unicorn backpack. And inside of it was an army green bazooka with 2 canisters. For self-defense purposes, of course. 4. That was incredible. A very good idea, Eri, thank you. Momo said. I can't wait to show Papa my new toy. The snowball said while admiring her deadly weapon. I think he'll like it, just don't aim for his eyes. Kyoka warned. The party trio got back in the limo again. 1. Spending time with you both has been amazing, but I think something more relaxing to finish the day is in order. Momo said. Sure, how does a walk through the park sound? Kyoka suggested. Can I play with my toy? Eri asked, looking innocent and threatening at the same time. She held up her bazooka as if telling them to pick their words wisely. 3. Oh, of course you can, dear. Just try not to shoot anyone. Momo said to Eri's joy. The park. The driver parked near a park with jungle gyms, slides and swings. Kyoka took Eri in by the hand and said she would be watching by the benches. Momo was about to join them, but something caught her eye. A head of spiky, black hair held up in a headband. They noticed each other at the same time. Yaoyorozu. So much for relaxing. Momo internally groaned. 1. Yosetsu Awase, another of Momo's classmates and ex-friends. Up until recently, he thought he would be Momo's love interest just because he wasn't a vain noble. A wretch-worthy thought by this delusional boy. 1. It's been a while, I've been missing hanging out with you, he started. Is that so, Awase? That's a nice sentiment, that she had no faith in. You know what, I want to apologize for what I said back then. Momo cocked an eyebrow. Oh, which part? The accusation or trying to get into my family's party uninvited? Awase felt a jab to the heart from that. Can you blame me for wanting to see you? He let his eyes wander downwards for a moment. Is it me, or did they get bigger? He tried to sneak a quick glance, but Momo caught it and glared. If that's all you wanted, we're done here. She was about to walk away, but something shiny on her left hand caught Awase's eye. You're getting married, he suddenly asked. Momo loved her ring. It was a symbol of her love and commitment to Izuku and vice versa, but today it was causing her problems. No wonder you're so moody, you're being forced to marry some rich jerk. Momo turned her head to him. Do you think so little of me that I would give my hand to some narcissist? And did it ever occur to you that I've been far happier after distancing myself from that crowd? Her words, tone and glare were cutting into Awase, but they didn't hurt as much as the bomb she was about to drop. And who said I was forced into my marriage? I chose to marry Izuku Midoriya because I knew no one and nothing could mean more to me and holds me on the same pedestal. Awase's heartbreak then turned to jealousy and anger. As if Midoriya and Yaoyorozu getting so close wasn't bad enough, the worst-case scenario for him is now the reality. Midoriya, why the hell would you want to be with some scrawny, dorky, plain and quirkless wimp like him? After all we've been through, you leave me for him. He wouldn't know what to do with your sexy body if his life depended on it. But I guess you'll just throw yourself at anyone who treats you decently. 6. In their last moments, people show ya who they really are. Joker, The Dark Knight, 2008. I'm a DC fan. P.S. Momo didn't say this aloud, and I'm not claiming any sort of ownership in the production of this film. 1. Awase realized his colossal fuck-up when he stared into the dark, cold eyes of an unstoppable demon that promised suffering to all foolish enough to incur her wrath. That came out wrong. 2. Slap. Asterisk. Awase's hopeless attempt at salvaging the situation were halted by a hard smack across the face. Momo's slap was strong enough to send the fool to the ground with a handprint on his cheek. And to make it poetic, it was a perfect copy of her left hand, ring outline included. The demonic aura surrounding her kept Awase paralyzed on the ground, so did his hopes and dreams being shattered. Before leaving him to wallow in self-pity, Momo had some parting words for the disgrace on the ground. 1. Stay away from me and my family. With that, Momo walked away, and met with a shocked Jiro near the park entrance. Holy shiz, Yaomomo, she began. Not saying that prick didn't deserve it, but damn. But this proves it, I'm an amazing role model. Momo shook her head with a smile. But then she realized with the two of them standing and talking together, who's watching Eri? You don't have to worry, it's not too filled, and there are mostly kids her age. I saw her talking to a little girl with green hair and pigtails. She might have made a new friend. Besides, I can pick up her voice through all these kids. Momo smiled. She may have made a friend. That's wonderful. She's been getting better with people lately, I'm proud of her. Shall we go meet her? Sure, let's. Kyoka trailed off when her earphone jacks jerked toward the direction Eri was in. She froze for a moment before her face morphed into one of mild horror. Jiro, is something wrong? We need to check on Eri right now, come on. The heiress rubbed her temples as her best friend led her through the park to the snowball. I can't catch a break today, can I? She thought. Earlier, Kyoka was watching Eri, up until she caught wind of the confrontation brewing between Momo and Awase. She decided to leave her niece in the hands of a green-haired girl her age who had a resting pout. I like your backpack, it's so cute. She said. Thanks, my mama and auntie got it for me, Eri said with a smile before reaching into the backpack and pulling out her little friend. They got me this too, but I don't know how it works. They said it shoots things but nothing comes out. She pulled the trigger to demonstrate that nothing happened. Eri's friend put her finger to her chin in thought. Can I see it? Eri handed her the thing, and she noticed there were 2 holes underneath the large barrel. She looked into Eri's unicorn bag and found 2 bottles that would fit. Those go in there. I thought they were to drink later. After making her modifications, the little greenette gave Eri her toy back. Try it now. This time, when Eri pulled the trigger, jets of bubbles came out. The little girl gasped at the soapy spheres, her red eyes filling with wonder. Wow, how did you know? The little green smiled. I have a big brother who's played with those before. That's a bubble zuka. It shoots bubbles when you put in soap bottles. Wanna play? She finished, making Eri smile and nod. My name's Eri. She extended her hand, to which her friend accepted. I'm Satsuki Asui. Together, the little girls played with Eri's bubble zuka, popping as many bubbles as their tiny bodies allowed. Satsuki wowed Eri by being able to jump really high, and stretch her tongue to get the faraway ones. She explained the best she could that her quirk was a mutation type that gave her the abilities of a frog. But Eri didn't quite know what a frog was. Frogs can jump high, climb walls and stretch our tongues. A lot of people like frogs and keep them as pets since we make them happy. What's your quirk? Eri's curious look turned into one of sorrow. Satsuki couldn't be blamed, they just met. My quirk. It's hurt people before that I didn't want to hurt. Satsuki noticed how sad Eri was and wanted to help her. Did you mean to? Eri looked back at her. Did you mean to hurt anyone? Eri shook her head. So it was an accident. Eri nodded. Then it's okay. My big sister says if you make a mistake or have an accident, it's okay as long as you didn't mean it. If you feel guilty about something you didn't mean, you're a nice person. I like you, Eri. Simple words from one child to another. Eri was starting to tear up, but they were happy tears. Someone outside of her family liked her. Satsuki pulled her new friend into a hug. After a bit, she calmed down and kept up a big smile for Satsuki. They went back to playing with bubbles again. Satsuki, are you eating bubbles again? That's why Samadare doesn't let you play with his bubble guns anymore. A new voice came up to the girls. It was a young teenage girl with long dark green hair in a bow at the end. Her form was slightly hunched and she had large eyes like Satsuki. They had to be related. Oh, only a few, Satsuki said while looking away. The older Asui noticed the little unicorn Satsuki had been playing with. Who's your friend here? She asked. Satsuki smiled. This is Eri, she's really nice. Hi. Eri waved shyly. The older Asui smiled. Hi Eri, it's nice to meet you. Are you and Satsuki having fun? Eri smiled and nodded. Things were going pretty well. Until Eri asked the question that had been on her mind since Satsuki's relatives showed up. Is she your mama? Both frog girls looked at her with somehow bigger eyes, tilted heads and fingers on their chins. Ribbit, Satsuki croaked. Ribbit, the older Asui croaked. Quote ... Ribbit, Eri mimicked them. That's when Kyoka and Momo showed up. Present. Hi mama, hi auntie. I made a friend, Eri said innocently. The older Asui was further surprised. These are her mom and aunt. They look the same age as me. And that black-haired girl. She saw the ring. Quote ... I have so many questions. She simply said. ... Out of everything Eri had ever been taught, family relations included, nobody ever told her about her family's uniqueness. And she found out like this. One couldn't blame the little unicorn for thinking her family was normal, because it was normal to her. In Eri's world, teenagers are parents and middle-aged adults are grandparents. It was a very awkward discussion to have, but Eri accepted it pretty easily. Why? Because she was happy with her family, and wouldn't change it if she could. Satsuki's older sister, Tsuyu Asui, however. 2. So you're from an aristocrat family. Your husband who saved Eri took her in when he was your boyfriend, thus making you a motherly figure. And you're having your bachelorette and getting married the day after tomorrow. Tsuyu listed with a neutral expression. Frog physiology made facial expressions a challenge, apparently. Yes, yes and yes. Momo said. Definitely the strangest family Tsuyu had ever seen. But they seemed nice enough. Well, it's not really my place to judge, and Eri seems like a nice child. Just do the best you can, and enjoy your honeymoon. Tsuyu smiled, and Kyoka snickered into her fist when Momo started blushing. Eri's really nice, she and I played bubbles. Satsuki said. Really? Usually, Eri prefers video games. She's a whiz at them too. Kyoka said. My favorites are Pac-Man and Frogger, Eri said, making Satsuki smile wider. I love Frogger. I have a high score at the arcade. Really? While the two children were hitting it off again, Tsuyu, Momo and Kyoka traded numbers to set up a play date sometime. They would have stayed at the park longer, but Eri's next question made that difficult to imagine. She tugged on Momo's shirt to get her attention. Mama, can I have a pet frog? She asked while pointing at Satsuki. PFF'd ha 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 ha. Kyoka burst out laughing hysterically while stamping the ground and holding her stomach. Tsuyu held Satsuki in a protective manner on her lap. Momo looked mortified while the little girls were confused. Eri by their elders' reactions and Satsuki by Eri's question. Momo quickly picked up Eri and ran off. It was lovely meeting you both, enjoy your day. Bye, she said in almost unintelligible speed as she ran back to the limo. Bye Satsuki, bye auntie. Eri waved, her goodbye making Momo run faster. Kyoka was still laughing away on the bench. Ha ha ha, God, I love that unicorn. She cracks me up, she said while wiping a tear from her eye. Vroom. Asterisk. Kyoka stopped laughing completely when she heard a familiar engine starting. The heck, she noticed the limo taking off with Momo and Eri, but not her. You bastards, get back here. You're my ride, damn it. The perplet shouted angrily while running after the limo. Tsuyu and Satsuki were left sitting together on the bench in silence. Quote. Your friend is weird, Sue spoke up. Yeah, she thinks frog quirk people can be pets like normal frogs. Silly Eri, Satsuki laughed. My sister is weird too, Tsuyu thought. Meanwhile, we're going home right now, Momo said, leaving no room for debate. She was clutching her chest and trying to calm the heat in her cheeks. But Eri reminded her of something she had forgotten. So is Auntie Kyo not coming with us? Momo was confused for a moment before looking around and seeing no punk rocker. Tick, 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 asterisk. Momo paled when she saw Jiro's jacks tapping against the window. She's going to be so mad, Momo thought as she came to terms with her fate. She rolled down the window, and both of Jiro's jacks immediately coiled around her throat. They didn't choke her, but it was still scary. Even scarier was that Jiro could conduct her voice through her jacks so only Momo could hear. You better stop this limo right the fuck now. A lot had happened to Momo today. She finally gave her ex-friends a true piece of her mind. She had to explain the strangeness of her family to someone. She even sung in front of a crowd. But none of that was as scary as Kyoka huffing and puffing and glaring daggers at the heiress. Kyoka, I am so sore, just get this thing moving. I've had enough partying for a while. Momo immediately complied, telling the driver. It seems Eri felt the same as Kyoka because for the rest of the car ride back home, she was asleep on Kyoka's lap. Sigh damn it, there's no staying mad with her around, she thought while stroking Eri's hair. Yaoyorozu Midoriya Mansion. After an exhausting day, the party girls returned to the mansion, and they were all dead tired. Eri was still asleep and being carried by Kyoka. She gently placed the sleeping angel on the couch, and Momo placed a blanket over her. And both the older girls plopped down onto the cushions. Even if what we did was a watered-down version of what adults get up to, today was hell. In a good way, Kyoka said. Agreed, very taxing but rewarding. Even if we had a few hiccups, I wouldn't have had it any other way. Thank you for an excellent bachelorette party, Kyoka. Kyoka looked at Momo in surprise. This was the first time Momo using her given name casually. She smiled warmly at having earned the best friend title. Gotta admit, it's a lot nicer to hear my name when you're not out for blood, Momo. The two of them shared a laugh. Momo asked her servants for lemon balm tea, to help them relax, and Kyoka asked for them to be in wine glasses. I'd like to propose a toast, Momo raised her glass. To true friends and prosperous futures. Kyoka smiled as she raised her glass to meet Momo's. Here, here. Clink. Asterisk. They toasted and sipped their tea. It was only after they finished their drinks that Momo asked, what time is it? Looking at an antique clock, Kyoka answered, 5:55 p.m. We made curfew. I wonder if the boys will. Momo nearly dropped her glass. She hadn't really thought about Izuku since they met the Asui sisters. Not sure if that's a good or bad thing. I wonder what kind of stupid shit they got up to. Kyoka mused. Kyoka. Language. Momo chided in a hushed tone with Eri still asleep next to them. She's asleep, as long as we're not too loud, it's fine. Momo had doubts. She still remembered the morning her daughter accidentally gave away her parents' engagement. No offense to your hubby, but unlike us the boys didn't have a guardian angel with them. Momo simply traced her finger along the rim of her glass. So they're cutting it close. Izuku is still an unmatched gentleman. Kyoka turned her gaze to the left. My mom told me something similar, and my dad came back to her bruised after his bachelor party. It wasn't anything serious, but... Well, no offense to your father, but he isn't my Izuku. I've noticed similarities. That reminds me, you said your father was skeptical about us for getting married at so young, but does he know you're Aries, Auntie Kyo? Kyoka choked on the last bit of her tea. Oh, cough shit. And besides, as I've said before, Izuku is the epitome of a gentleman. Who would even want to hurt him? Momo asked, but her mind answered by picturing blonde spiky hair and red eyes. Oh, shit. 10 minutes later, 6:05 p.m. We're back. Shoto's voice rang out past the entrance. Candy cane and mint chocolate chip. 5 minutes. That's not too bad I guess. Kyoka said. Momo ran to greet them. The fatigue of the day seemingly vanished. Kyoka followed, but had something gnawing at her. Why did his voice sound so gruff and tired? I was kidding when I said the boys would go crazier than us. When Momo reached them, her heart skipped a beat, but not for anything good. Izuku saw her concerned face and rubbed the back of his head. Shoto had a few scrapes and soot marks on him, but that was nothing compared to the state his friend was in. Soot and starburst burns littered Izuku head to toe. He had a patch on his right cheek. The left half of his loose white shirt was seemingly burnt off, exposing his bandaged-up torso, and the right side of his shirt had a small bloodstain. All in all, he looked like he just got in a gang fight, and Momo was terrified to learn the full story. 3. Hi honey. I'm home. Izuku tried to sound happy to see her, because he was, but the inevitable questioning and probable fury of his fiancée made it difficult. She was on him in a heartbeat, immediately checking him over while trying to be as gentle as possible. Izuku, darling, what happened to you? You look like you just survived an explosion. A few, actually, Shoto commented, not helping at all. Finally, Kyoka joined them, saying, I told you so. Momo would have to wait. 1. Holy shit, what the hell happened to you two? Green, were you run over by a flaming fuel truck? Kyoka asked as Momo checked his torso. Well it's not as bad as it looks. Izuku said, not after we got him to a hospital. Shoto plainly said, hospital. Momo and Kyoka yelled in shock. Damn it, Shoto, Izuku thought. Momo held Izuku by his cheeks and forced him to meet her curious, concerned, interrogative gaze. What happened? Izuku gulped at seeing his soon-to-be wife like this. Things were going great, until we ran into a couple of classmates of mine. They were assholes, Shoto added. Izuku jerked his head at him for a moment, but quickly turned back to Momo. 1. We had kind of a disagreement. With our fists, Shoto chimed in again, making everyone jerk their heads at him. You got in a fight. Momo shrieked. Called it, but I'm not enjoying it. Kyoka thought. Well, yeah, but you don't need to worry. We came to a consensus. We won. Shoto again. Will you please stop? Izuku shouted. 16. Momo had let go of Izuku and paced around the room for a bit while muttering to herself. They couldn't make all of it out, but Izuku and Kyoka translated some of it too. If it's who I think it is, I'll put that rabid dog down myself. 3. After a few moments of that, she stood in front of Izuku and Shoto, pointing at them indignantly. Tell me everything that you two experienced from the moment we split apart. And don't you dare lie or leave out a single detail. She then grabbed one of Kyoka's jacks and held it up to them like it was a microphone. Earphone Jack let it slide since she was incredibly intrigued at how two introverts could get into so much trouble. Izuku opened his mouth and started talking. And so begins the tale of Izuku's bachelor party with Shoto. Well, you see. On the porch of the Yaoyorozu Midoriya mansion, Izuku and Shoto were waving goodbye to the party girls as they drove off from Momo's bachelorette party. I'm jealous of Eri, Shoto said. Huh, why? Izuku asked. She's got a much better father than me. Izuku chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. I'm not so sure that's completely accurate. Shoto looked at him like he had grown a second head. Midoriya, a father who's never around would be a better father than Endeavor. Izuku looked down at Shoto's comment, and he noticed he touched on a delicate subject. Dad talk between these two is an awful minefield. It's just, Eri acted pretty strangely with me today. Shoto nodded, remembering Momo's story about this morning. She's never kept secrets from me before. I mean, does she not trust me? And if she's hiding something from me, I must be doing something wrong. Shoto realized he was feeling really insecure and didn't have the emotional know-how to help with that. And what secret could a 5-year-old have? Hidden candy apples. More of my clothes. You know what, I think I need to talk to her. Maybe if we run, we can. Nope, let's go, you. Shoto said, grabbing Izuku's collar and pulling him away. I get you have your fatherly duties, but this is the most concerned I've ever seen a parent. I may not be able to help since I'm the youngest in my family, but all I can say is trust yourself. Besides, you've got a good partner to help you out, right? Izuku calmed down and voluntarily walked beside the icy hot teen. A gentle smile was placed on his face. Thanks, I needed that, he said. So, do you have anything planned? 'Cause I'm not great with sociable events. That makes 2 of us. I asked my brother and sister for advice on the topic of a bachelor party. They usually involve insane, reckless acts that come back to bite them. Izuku shook his head, but they're about getting excess baggage weighing you down off your shoulders so you can greet your new life happily. Izuku's smile dropped as he looked at Todoroki's distant face while listening to his words. Quote. I'm glad you're the one taking me out, Todoroki. So where to first? The hospital. Never in a million years could Izuku have guessed Shoto would bring him to the hospital his mom works. They walked towards the mental ward, Izuku slowly realizing what was happening. We're here, Shoto announced as they reached a certain patient's room. Todoroki, are you sure about this? Izuku asked. Yeah, the doctors say she's been making great progress, you're indirectly to thank for that. If you hadn't put in the work to break down my walls, I wouldn't be able to face her. Izuku swallowed, surprised at how far his actions went. And believe it or not, she's the one who asked me to bring you here. She is. Izuku gasped as Shoto opened the door to his mother's hospital room. Staring out the window with an opened letter in her hand was a beautiful snow-white-haired lady with pale gray eyes. She turned around when she heard her door open, and saw 2 figures that made her break into a small smile. Hi Mom, Shoto said. Good morning, ma'am. Izuku greeted formally and nervously. Hello Shoto, is this your friend you've been telling me about? Rei Todoroki asked. Yeah, this is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku bowed his head as they walked in. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Todoroki. Rei chuckled. I should be the one bowing to you, Midoriya. Rei showed him a pile of letters from her kids, not just Shoto. It gets lonely in this tiny room, so it's nice to have visitors. And I've been reconnecting with my children, and the first step to that was thanks to you. Thank you, Midoriya. Rei bowed her head to Izuku. Izuku was surprised by how differently meeting the Todoroki mother went than meeting the father. Instead of immediate disdain, he was met with great kindness and gratitude. Endeavor may hate me, but at least the rest of the Todorokis are good people by my side. Izuku thought. It was my great pleasure, ma'am. Todoroki is a great friend to me, and the rest of your children are wonderful, too. Rei raised her head and asked. Speaking of children, Shoto tells me you have one of your own. Izuku blushed and fidgeted. Why yeah but it's not. I mean, someone had to take her in, and I'm doing the best I can for her. You're rambling again, Midoriya. Shoto stopped him. Izuku sighed dejectedly while Rei laughed lightly. Relax, I of all people, I'm not going to judge you. Would you like some advice, one stressed parent to another? Hee, I'd like that. Be honest, tell her what you feel and what she means to you. Because just keeping up a fake smile when you're hurting inside, it doesn't end well. Knowing she spoke from personal experience, Izuku took her words to heart. The 3 of them got to chatting, swapping stories and sharing the takeout Shoto ordered. Quote. And she proposed to me right then and there. I couldn't take it and just collapsed on the floor. Izuku told the story of how he and Momo first met, and her initial proposal. Oh my, and you two are happy now? Ray asked. Honestly, she makes me happier than anyone. Young love, something poor Ray never experienced. She was skeptical when Shoto told her Izuku was engaged a similar way she was. But clearly, Yaoyorozu's heart is in a far better place than Enji's. Izuku found himself growing a special kind of bond with Ray. Sure, he could only imagine the kind of nightmare married life with Endeavor must be, but he did share similarities with the Ice Queen. Starting a positive relationship with an arrogant hothead seen as a hero, only to suffer years of soul-crushing abuse at his hand for something you had no control over. Ray was quickly becoming a second aunt figure to Izuku. Fortunately, the feeling was returned. Sadly, Ray's doctor came in to tell the boys their visiting hours were up. A shame, but it was a lovely time they had. I'll tell Natsuo and Fuyumi they can make plans for a visit. Shoto said, waving goodbye to his mother. Thank you, son, Ray said. I'll start writing to you, if that's okay. I'd like to stay in touch. Izuku said, I'd like that, too. And, if it's not too much trouble, may I meet your little Eri sometime? Izuku smiled brightly. Sure, I get the feeling you two would connect well. Because we've both got a little screw loose. Ray chuckled. Actually, you're both really strong, Izuku began, surprising Ray. You both have been through a lot more than me, but you're still able to look to the future and smile. You may seem fragile on the surface, but you've got a rare and special strength. Uplifted by Izuku's words, Ray walked to him and enveloped him in a hug. Izuku, you are such a blessing. And trust me, many others think the same. Izuku was surprised to hear his first name leave her lips. Her soft voice saying his name was comforting in a way. And her body was a relaxing cold due to her powerful ice quirk and motherly aura. Slowly, Izuku hugged back, wrapping his arms around the demure beauty's back. That's very kind of you to say, Ms. Ray. I enjoyed meeting you greatly. Please take care. With that, Izuku and Ray separated, and shared one last smile before he left. It's always nice to have visitors. Ray sighed to herself. When Izuku closed the door, Shoto just had one thing to say to his friend who had been alone with his mother. I think having Eri as a little sister would be nice. 1. Izuku looked at him confused before he realized what he was implying. He turned into a steamed tomato. WWH what? Todoroki. We're the same age. And I'm already getting married to Momo. And I just met Ms. Ray. He slapped a hand over his stupid mouth as he said that last part. First names already, huh? You're a fast mover, you know that. Why can't I just shut my mouth when I need to? Izuku thought. See, can we go somewhere else before I become a patient here, please? Izuku almost begged. Why would that be a problem? You'd get to see my mom more. Maybe she could convince the staff to let you both share a room. Oog, Izuku groaned, grabbing Shoto's collar and walking away from the hospital. He needed somewhere he could relax. 2. Deserted oasis. Izuku and Shoto were sitting on stools at the counter of a dessert restaurant. It wasn't busy, which is good because Izuku could cool his face without many stares. Shoto wanted to say his mom could help, but that probably wouldn't help him. 1. Here are your milkshakes, gentlemen. Strawberry and vanilla swirl with a candy cane, and mint chocolate chip, the waitress said, winking at Shoto, but he just thought she had something in her eye. Thanks for this, and the lunch from earlier, Izuku said, taking a sip of his dessert. Don't thank me, thank my father. It's his credit card I'm using to pay for this, after all. 2. Izuku choked on his drink when he heard that. You what? Why would you do that? Because he's a bastard scumbag who makes a fortune. We're actually giving him a taste of karma with this, Shoto reasoned, taking a sip of his cold drink. And karma is delicious. Izuku's sweat dropped. Revenge is a dish best served cold, huh? This is probably the most illegal thing I've ever done. Izuku groaned. And yet, it's more good than harm. Shoto smirked. 2. After a few slurps, Shoto noticed his friend seemed down about something. You okay? He asked. Oh, yeah, this is great. I've never done stuff like this before. Hang out and friend stuff. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy your company and I'm not about to suggest we get a whole group to party. I just have insecurities, Todoroki accurately guessed. If I'm reading between the lines correctly, you're worried I'm not enjoying your company. Midoriya, why would you think that? Izuku sighed as he readied himself. Gonna let the walls down. I'm an introvert, but that never stopped me from wanting friends. Actually, when I was a kid, I was pretty outgoing and cheerful. But, 3. You ended up alone, how? Shoto asked, not comprehending how someone like Izuku could be denied friends. People aren't particularly fond of the quirkless from my experience. You, Momo, Eri and Jiro are exceptions I'm really happy to have, but others. Izuku vented to Shoto about his struggles as the only powerless kid in his neighborhood. Sure, he had become more confident as of late, but it felt good to have someone he trusted listen to his tales. Quote. And then there's Kachan, my number one bully. We were best friends in kindergarten, but when he got a quirk and I didn't, he started to hate me. I don't why, everyone else just teased me. No matter how hard I try, I can't think of how I could have made him hate me so much. Izuku slumped, his chin was resting on the counter with a longer straw in his mouth and his collar button undone. His milkshake was half finished. Have you ever considered the possibility you did nothing wrong, and he's the reason for the animosity between you? This Kachan, is he powerful and wants to be a hero? Shoto asked. Yeah, but his real name is Bakugo. I already dislike him, Shoto said with a glare, the air becoming cold around them. Now that Izuku thought about it, Katsuki and Endeavor are similar. Arrogant, vain, hurting people for their own desires. Turning his back on someone and terrorizing them. He's no hero. He likely doesn't even realize what you have to offer. You'd make a much better hero than he could ever be. Regardless of what he or even all might think of you, it's the truth. Izuku was weeping into tissues with Shoto patting his back and saying, there, over and over again. I feel like I'm like my father in the way I don't want to be. Shoto shivered at the thought of being like his father. He hasn't helped me and my mom in years. Sniff asterisk, but am I much better? He left for job opportunities. I'm a father without even a solid vision of my career. And Momo's shouldering parenthood with me after I sprung it on her without any discussion until it was finalized. At least my parents talked about having me. And while Momo's training to be one of the world's greatest heroes one day, I'm just holding her back. Izuku cried into another napkin. That's not true at all, Shoto said. Without your quirk knowledge and creativity, she wouldn't have made such progress in the training you gave us. And you saved her from having to end up in an unhappy marriage. The truth is, you have a special power that no quirk can replicate. You improve the lives of anyone near you by simply being yourself. Izuku's watery eyes looked at Shoto. Do you mean that? He asked weakly, to which Shoto nodded. I really needed to hear that. A fifth of Izuku's milkshake remained. Izuku was having a very emotional bachelor party. He had first exposed his insecurities in the hospital when meeting Rei, but evidently, that was only the tip of the iceberg. It seemed like every ounce of stress he kept bottled up was exploding out of him. Izuku was full-on bawling in his seat with his empty milkshake glass knocked over. Why would she keep secrets from me? Am I not good enough? I haven't seen my dad since I was 4. I don't want to drive her away, too. My dad talked to my mom, and at least yours has an income and accomplishments. Am I really worse than? Suddenly, Shoto grabbed his shoulder and shook him. No, don't you dare finish that sentence. 1. Your father abandoned his wife and son. My father doesn't even see us as his kids, just failed creations and a tool to reach his selfish dream. You've got literal battle scars from protecting a child that wasn't even your own yet. That's already so much more than most fathers can say. I don't know how in the hell you can be so self-deprecating, or how you can even think about others with so much baggage of your own, but you're even stronger than I thought for it. Far stronger than me. And forget about who you came from. You shouldn't be held back by him, right? 1. Izuku's crying calmed down as Shoto's words sank into him. The usually calm and reserved Shoto Todoroki was screaming compliments at him. He had to mean it. The next thing he knew, Izuku was crying in Shoto's chest. Asterisk sobbed why you, sniff IR really needed that. Thank you, you're the best, man. After countless tears, comforting and lightening a load that would bring down All Might, the two boys left the establishment and simply walked around for a while. The waitress who was assigned to them saw and heard a lot. What in the hell was that about? This isn't a damn pub. Now I gotta mop up that kid's tears. 3. Sorry about that, I kinda broke down back there. Izuku said, wiping the last of his tears away. Why would you apologize? You've suffered so much more than any of us. You needed this, Shoto said. He was right, getting excess baggage of the chest is much healthier than reckless abandon. Sure, that can also be a person's way of getting ready for their future, but it's not required. As they walked, Izuku felt like he was walking on air. Venting to someone who would willingly listen, someone he related to, and someone he'd built a sturdy foundation of trust with. The joy in his heart was comparable to the night he and Momo confessed to each other. Some of the things they discussed were worth pondering later on, but right now it was about him. Him, his good friend and the salty sea air. Today just got even better. Dagoba Municipal Beach, Izuku's favorite place to train and relax. The soft sand and sound of waves had never sounded better. He plopped on his back and sank an inch into the sand beneath him, while Todoroki sat next to him. Today's been awesome, Izuku said, even with all the tears. Shoto asked, making Izuku chuckle. Somehow, thanks to the tears. They just lied there and enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere. At one point, Shoto excused himself to use a nearby lavatory. Izuku was fine for some reason. He stood up and looked to the horizon on his own, and took a deep breath through his nose and out his mouth. Today couldn't get better, but it could get worse. Izuku froze when he heard a low growling voice behind him. In that moment, he knew his day of celebration was about to take a turn for the worse. He slowly turned around to three loathsomely familiar faces, the leader of the pack yanking him by his collar. He was once again being wordlessly torn down by vicious blood-red eyes that intended pain. What's up, Deku? The fingers extra asked. Payback time, fucker. The long neck extra cracked his knuckles. You're so fucking dead, hear me. After all the shit you've been pulling, I finally get to put you in your place. Katsuki growled. As frightened as Izuku still was of this pack of dogs, he wasn't the same Deku they knew. He'd been changing. What do you guys want? Can't you leave me alone? He asked, sounding more annoyed than afraid. Something that especially ticked off the explosive Pomeranian. That shit right there. You've gotten way too full of yourself, you little bastard. You just proved you're in sore need of a lesson. The dirt blonde one scoffed. TCH, think just because you got your ass almost murdered, you're hot shit. I bet even the gang kid you tried to help didn't like you. Izuku felt something bubbling inside him. Don't mention Eri, he said. The black-haired one chuckled. You know her name, I guess we shouldn't be surprised. You latch onto anyone that doesn't treat you like the piece of shit you are. And speaking of, they looked down at his left hand. What's that? Something from your girlfriend. Long Neck remarked snidely. Izuku's sudden jolt fed their desire to see him fall once again, but they were foolishly provoking a beast. A promise ring. You're head over heels. Could you be any cheesier? While Long Neck and Fingers were laughing mockingly, Katsuki seemed to be seething even more. Perhaps it was being reminded of how Momo disrespected him, or the fact that he was in a relationship before him. She should have gotten you a collar instead, since you probably follow her around like a lovesick puppy. Fingers said as he extended his quirk towards Izuku's ring finger. Although, that thing would probably fetch a pretty pen-off. The moment his extended fingers got too close, Izuku grabbed them and crushed them in his hand. Don't touch that. 4. His voice was low and threatening, like Katsuki's whenever he harassed him. The Fingers extra pulled back his fingers, surprised by how much that hurt. Motherfucker. Fingers yelled before he and Long Neck held his arms out. This has to be the most annoying part of it all. You've forgotten your place all because of this bitch you're fucking. Somehow, in this hopeless situation, Izuku still had the resistance to glare at Bakugo. I thought I told you not to call her that. He growled, shocking the delinquents yet again. Katsuki was growing angrier by the second. Fucking hell. What the shit happened to the damned nerd? Even though he's powerless and outnumbered, no matter how much I beat him back down. Even though Izuku's green eyes held fear, they also held anger and firm resolve. He keeps getting up, still so much fucking hope in his eyes. I can't stand it. What the hell is going on here? A new voice asked. The boys turned their heads to see Todoroki with an ice-cold glare. Todoroki, Izuku thought in elation. Get lost, half in half. This doesn't concern you. Long Neck tried to shove him off. I'm only going to say this once, let my friend go and leave. Izuku looked at Todoroki in surprise that he was openly defending him from the biggest thugs in his school. No one had ever done that, but it got Bakugo's lackeys to laugh in his face. Friend, with this loser. Oh, that's rich. He's not even ashamed to say it. The two of them were completely ignored by Izuku, Shoto and Katsuki. The latter was fuming. Just how many more idiots are catching Deku fever? He growled. Yo, half in half. You better get the fuck out of here. Take my advice before your piece of shit friend makes you a target, too. He's quirkless. Shoto didn't show any signs of fear, nor did any visible disdain fall on Deku from him. So what if he's quirkless? He's still a good person, you could stand to learn a lot from him. Especially since you're a coward too afraid to fight someone on equal grounds. The laughter from the extras ceased, and they fearfully looked at Katsuki, gritted teeth and a vein on his temple. You two-face fucker. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? The next number one hero, the man who will surpass all. Shut up, Shoto interrupted, looking more pissed than before. After seeing his mother today and helping Midoriya through his problems, all of the shit coming from Bakugo was rubbing him the wrong way. It was like he was talking to a mini Endeavor. The horror. I don't care to listen to the delusions of an egocentric mutt. And what I said about releasing Midoriya earlier wasn't a request. I won't say it again. Everyone looked at either Todoroki or Bakugo in shock, astonishment and somewhat fear. The sand blonde had his eyes shadowed by his hair, so no one could really read him. What is with all these uppity fuckers siding with this piece of shit? First the rich bimbo, now some scarred bastard. It all stops now. 1. Seems Deku's not the only one who needs to learn his place. Katsuki said, shoving Deku off from his hold on his collar. Fine then. He suddenly ran toward Shoto with his right arm cocked back. If you're so eager to die, I'll help you. Shoto didn't step back, but instead stood his ground and raised his right hand, readying his quirk to counter. More resistance that Katsuki despised. Prepare to die. Katsuki stopped before he could launch his attack. Are you serious? Shoto thought with a surprised face. Oh, you must be fucking kidding me. Bakugo thought in pure anger. His right arm was held back by Izuku. He had shaken off the other two and lunged at Katsuki, grabbing his right arm. Get the fuck off me, Deku. Katsuki intended to swat away the little bug with an explosion. Exactly as Izuku predicted he would. Quickly and fluidly, Izuku twisted Katsuki's arm behind his back. The sudden pain caused him to set off an explosion directly onto his own back. Gah, fuck, Katsuki yelled in pain at getting a taste of his own medicine. Izuku wasn't done as he turned Katsuki around and shoved him face first into the sand at his stunned lackey's feet. They couldn't comprehend what just happened. Izuku really had fought back and brought Katsuki to the ground. What happened to the scrawny nerd they remembered? Katsuki, he growled, surprising them further that he had foregone the nickname he'd been using since childhood. You can flap your lips about me until your lips fall off, I don't care. Katsuki had gotten up and looked over his shoulder, seeing a very pissed Deku. But, I draw the line when you go after people I care about. Izuku took a familiar stance, planting his fists and holding his fists up. In that moment, Katsuki had a flashback to their youth when he stood up to him for the first time. Cut it out or I'll stop you myself. Before the delinquents dug their graves. You sure he'll be here? Long Neck asked. Don't doubt me, Neck. I'm positive this is where we'll find that shit stain. Katsuki growled, angry with anticipation. When we do find him, it's gonna be priceless. Fingers chuckled. Katsuki scoffed. Huh, that worthless nerd's gotten too high and mighty, going out of his way to shit on us over and over. After today, he'll never forget his place again. Beneath us. Bakugo's lackeys were completely behind him as they walked the pavement near Dagoba Beach, where they found their target standing and looking at the horizon. He was practically radiating. 1. Speak of the nerd, Katsuki growled with small sparks generating from his palms. Look at him, thinking he's on top of the world. Makes me wanna throw up. Fingers and long neck concurred. The former was getting his phone ready to record the beatdown and post it on the school network for everybody to see. The phone was perched upon a nearby bench, perfectly angled to capture the full stage. 1. Show time. 1. The fight. And that's how Katsuki ended up with a smoking backside, squaring off with Deku. This wasn't his usual pattern. After shoving the bullies off, he would run away, and had the perfect chance to do it. But now, here he was, getting ready to fight. Actually fight. Against him, Katsuki Bakugo. And to add to this growing pile of shit, the nerd has backup of his own, the meddling punk who just as desperately needs a pounding as Deku. 2. Katsuki stood up and shook off the sand and the pain from his own quirk being used against him, and glared hatefully at the duo who glared right back. Deku. He growled as sparks of small explosions rang from his palms. The sound was haunting to Izuku, but he stood his ground without backing down. Bakugo took a hunched form, ready to throw hands. Look at you, thinking you're hot shit. The mini blasts grew slightly. Got all these extras sucking your dick. Izuku's glare intensified. And now you've got the balls to challenge me. Even though you're a useless weakling, you still fucking look down on me. That's why I hate you. Katsuki launched himself forward with an explosion from his left hand, and brought up his right elbow to Izuku's chest. Fortunately, Izuku was able to react in time, blocking the attack with his hands, but the impact sent both of them across the sand. That just left Katsuki's sidekicks to be dealt with by Shoto. Say your prayers, punk. We're gonna turn you from red and white to black and blue. How sad. *SHNNNK. In an instant, their feet were frozen in 5 inches of ice. They couldn't move and were forced to meet the bone-chilling glare of the youngest Todoroki. I suggest you stay put. Remember, you brought this on yourselves. That seemed to intimidate them enough to not say another word. Todoroki turned back to the main fight between Izuku and Katsuki. As much as I want to help, this is his fight, not mine. He needs this to move on. I'll step in when he needs it. After Izuku and Bakugo tumbled across the sand and shook each other off, they glared at each other again. Katsuki rocketed towards the greenette again with another right hook. Izuku dropped onto his back, the attack missing him completely. Taking advantage of the opening, he bent both his legs and kicked Katsuki right in the chest, knocking the air out of the blonde and sending him back a few meters. Izuku quickly hopped back on his feet while the blonde was flat on his ass, trying to refill his lungs. Do you get it now, Katsuki? I'm not the same weakling you used to be able to torment. Are we still doing this or what? Bakugo was completely flabbergasted to hear such provocative words from the meek, timid greenette. Standing back up, he bared his fangs at him. You piece of shit. Katsuki yelled as he rocketed to Izuku, readying a powerful roundhouse kick. It was blocked. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? Katsuki tried another right hook, but Izuku pushed off Katsuki's leg and rolled away just in time. Growing more and more frustrated, Katsuki launched himself above the greenette and came down with a blast more smoke than fire. Katsuki took advantage of the smoke screen and blasted Izuku square in the chest. The fiery shockwave blew him back a couple feet, but didn't knock him down. That attack always knocked him down. And yet he still had plenty of fight in him. Katsuki launched up in the air again since this strategy seemed to be effective. Damn it, how can I counter aerial attacks? Izuku thought in frustration. He didn't have the luxury of being able to plan mid-battle. Katsuki's yelling made it next to impossible. I will end you. Boom. Asterisk. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. You'll die trying. A monotone voice said. Izuku was protected by a wall of ice between him and the blood-eyed street punk, thanks to Shoto's interference. Todoroki. Izuku said gratefully. Motherfucker. Katsuki yelled as he landed. Stay out of this, half and half. This is none of your oof. Katsuki's tangent was cut off by Izuku punching him in his abdomen, making him keel over and losing some vital oxygen. Interesting. I don't remember you complaining when it was 3-on-1, back then or today. Izuku wasn't done as he grabbed Katsuki's arm, pivoted on his foot and flipped Katsuki over himself, slamming hard into the sand. The impact forced even more air out of him with a little spit this time. Word of advice, Mr. Future Number 1, Izuku began mockingly and venomously. Don't drop your guard until your opponent is down. You've always had a bad habit of fighting carelessly due to your unchecked ego. Katsuki was mad, angry, livid, furious, fucking pissed. There were no words to describe his fury. Here he was, lying on his ass, literally being looked down on by these background extras. What the hell is wrong with the world? He's Katsuki Bakugo, the undeniable strongest. This had to end. There was only one way this fight could end, with 2 charred corpses laying at his feet. I'll kill you, he charged at the interloper, who burst off with a flaming jump of his left foot. Fire too. What the hell is with this guy? Katsuki thought angrily. Shoto returned to Izuku's side as they readied themselves for the next round. Sorry for interfering, Shoto said. Don't be, I'm truly grateful for it, Izuku said. Bomb. Asterisk. Don't drop your guard, shitheads. Katsuki yelled, launching a large explosion that Shoto was barely able to block this time. I have a plan. Izuku relayed as much as he could in trying to make sure Katsuki didn't catch wind of it. Suddenly, they both took off on a path of ice. Swerving around Bakugo, Izuku and Shoto were surfing on ice along the coast. Irritated, Katsuki gave chase. Are you serious? You wanna try that? Shoto asked, unsure if he heard his friend correctly. Izuku looked at him with determined eyes. Yeah, he's so angry he won't see it coming. Once you do it, quickly put up an ice wall to cover us. Timing is key here. Seeing the unshakable resolve in Midoriya, Shoto accepted the plan. Understood, I'll use it the way you taught me. They curved around one final time, ready to meet the explosive demon charging at them overhead. Die bastards. He came down with another strong right hook, despite it not being effective once since the fight began. Heaven-piercing ice wall. Shoto put up his protective ice wall. A huge explosion roared throughout the beach as it collided with Todoroki's barrier. RRRAAAGGHHH. One after the other, Katsuki unleashed an unrelenting barrage of explosions, steely focused on breaking through and destroying his targets. Shoto had to continuously generate more ice to protect them. Right now, they were at a stalemate, explosion and half-cold, half-hot fighting fiercely. Shoto realized something. His attacks are desperate, he's prone to an attack from anywhere else. And his blasts are steadily getting stronger, somehow. His quirk, Izuku exclaimed, as if he just read Shoto's mind. He sweats nitroglycerin from his hands. Long-term fights and hot conditions work in his favor. In that case, we'll just have to end this quickly, Shoto said as flames ignited on his left forearm and hand. Since Izuku opened his eyes, and Shoto accepted his flames as his own power, he's been training hard under him in Endeavor. Now he can use both halves of his quirk at once. However, using fire is difficult when ice is in play. It's not a perfect equilibrium yet, but he's getting there. Deku. Katsuki's voice howled at them. After I'm done with you, I'm gonna flash fry that little Yakuza shit. Your worthless icy hot sidekick. And turn your bitch into my personal cocksluow. Ow. Katsuki's rant was interrupted by a hard left hook to the face, which actually knocked back down to the ground. Izuku had circled around Bakugo and Shoto's thunderous clash and made it to the explosive mutt. 2. Katsuki sat up and held his cheek, feeling the bruise form where Izuku decked him. Lay a finger on any of them. He came up to Katsuki and kicked him in the chin, the impact further knocking him down. And I'll make you regret it. An iron-flavored substance filled his mouth and leaked out of his mouth. He brought his hand to his mouth and saw something he didn't believe, his own blood. Spilled by Deku. He wasn't given time to ponder the ridiculousness of this reality as Izuku lifted him up to his feet by his collar, glaring with all the hate he could muster. It actually sent a wave of fear through the explosive Pomeranian. You wanna talk about payback? After all the shit you've pulled. Bakugo's eyes widened at hearing Izuku swear for the first time in his life. The thing that snapped him out of his shock was Izuku headbutting him on the nose with a violent crack ringing through their ears. The bloody nose is back, and it dripped a small stain on Izuku's shirt. Izuku then raised his leg to kick Katsuki in the gut, sending him back. Katsuki held his gut in pain and looked up at the livid brunette, slowly starting to realize the demon he summoned. Everyone around him was shocked at Izuku's wording and his attacks. For as long as they'd known him, no one could have ever imagined he had a demon in him. And he had just begun send Katsuki to hell. 10 years. 10 years of mocking and beatings at your hand, and you have the nerve to complain to me above one summer of bullshit. Izuku lunged at him. For the first time, Katsuki set off an explosion to protect himself. However, it only grazed Izuku's midsection, destroying the left side of his shirt. You should keep your mouth shut, he yelled as he punched him in the face again, stunning Katsuki. And so began his own ruthless barrage on the walking dynamite. You call me pathetic and worthless, well look at you. He punched him again, picking off someone who's at a disadvantage. You must be so proud. How pitifully insecure do you have to drag down others to feel good about yourself? What's the matter? Too afraid of losing to fight on equal ground? He delivered a powerful upper kick to his chin, knocking him to the ground. Katsuki tried sending an explosion to Izuku's face, but he smacked his hand away, making the attack miss completely. Izuku grabbed Katsuki's collar and forced them to glare at each other, or more accurately, him glaring at Katsuki. And as for the extra fighting with me, he's my friend. But what the hell would you know about that? You're a power-spoiled narcissist who tortures others and leads through fear. Some hero you would make. Shut your face. Katsuki tried to blast Izuku off him, but he tilted his head out of the way. The recoil of the large explosion sent them both tumbling again, until Izuku kicked Bakugo off of him. And next to the ice slide Shoto created. Todoroki, now, Izuku yelled. Bakugo noticed the icy hot teen sliding on ice towards them with large flames emanating from his left side. Get down, Midoriya, he yelled back. Izuku ducked beneath the wave of flames that Todoroki launched just before he got to Izuku. The reasoning for that is because Bakugo wouldn't have expected him to take that risk, and would have gotten in front of Izuku before firing. Unfortunately, a few embers landed on Izuku, burning his shoulder and cheek a bit, but he shrugged it off due to adrenaline. Katsuki's quick reflexes showed when he took off to the sky before the flame attack got too close. Shoto's attack would have missed even if he was standing still. At least, that's what Bakugo thought. Work on your shitty aim, icy hot. He taunted. Who said I was aiming for you, Bakugo? The flames were directed to the ice, which had thoroughly cooled the air around Bakugo. And the heat of his flames served to rapidly expand the chilled air molecules. The result. Kaboom! A massive shockwave, bigger than anything Katsuki had unleashed, blew him off sky high. Luckily this time, Shoto was able to reach Izuku and protect him from the overwhelming blast. When the smoke cleared, Izuku and Shoto stood back up and reviewed what they just did. Flash freeze heatwave. It worked just like you taught me. An ultimate move, Shoto said. We're not done, Izuku shouted. Looking up, they saw Katsuki, bruised, bloody, and just plain shitty but still fighting. I knew it. He used explosions to blow himself back and block some of the shockwave. He's tenacious, but he can only take so much more. Up in the air, Katsuki was looking down at the pair of bastards. A giant explosion. That's my shit. They planned that. He planned that. I will murder you, he yelled. Izuku looked back at Shoto. Launch me. Do what? Shoto asked as if he had just said something insane. Send me up in the air on an ice pillar. Seriously. Izuku was indeed serious. Complying with his demand, Shoto quickly created an ice pillar beneath his friend to catapult him into the air, straight into Bakugo's flight path. I hope you know what you're doing, he said as he sent his friend flying. If you die, Yaoyorozu will kill me. To Bakugo's shock and confusion, Izuku was now flying through the air towards him at high speeds. Katsuki's got the upper hand on us in the air since Todoroki can't balance well on just his left foot. But that's fine. I didn't jump without a plan. Izuku was coming up to Bakugo, readying his fist for a final attack. The flying dog was too stunned by the boldness of such a move to react. Shoto and the extras watched with bated breath for the thrilling conclusion of this heated battle. No one dared to blink. You're still the same ego-consumed bully you've always been. Whether you want to accept it or not, I'm not the same worthless Deku anymore. You hear me? Izuku cocked his arm back, and delivered a powerful uppercut to Katsuki's face, causing his jet hands to stop. I've changed. The boys began to descend with gravity taking hold of them. Acting quickly, Izuku grabbed both of Katsuki's arms, put them behind him and applied as much pressure as he could. Katsuki involuntarily launched 2 explosions from both palms, sending them rocketing to the ground with Izuku directing them. Boom! Asterisk. The 2 former best friends crashed into the sand with one more large explosion that shook the whole beach. It was like a nuke had landed, and when the smoke cleared, Izuku was seen on top of a pinned down, heavy breathing, bruised and defeated Katsuki. His legs were pinned under one of his. Izuku held his right tightly arm, and pinned the left one under his other foot. His right hand held Katsuki's face into the sand. Huff, that's it. Huff, we're done, this fight is over. Here's a reality check, one you should have gotten a long time ago. I'm not as weak or powerless as you wanted me to be. And you are nowhere near as strong as you claim to be. Katsuki's eyes widened as his body completely lost the will to fight. Remember this the next time you try and start something because of your screaming ego. 2. Once all was said and done, Izuku got up and walked away. The extras Shoto had frozen in place earlier were now free and trembling at all they had just witnessed. Pick him up and leave, Izuku simply said, not giving them even a passing glance. They quickly got to it. One more thing, Shoto came up and said to the 3 delinquents. I haven't introduced myself. Shoto Todoroki, the son of Endeavor, the number 2 hero, and Izuku Midoriya's best friend. The displeasure was all mine, he said before walking off to catch up to Izuku. On his way, he noticed something on a bench. A phone. He picked it up and saw that it was recording everything that just happened. Turning off the recording and seeing the predetermined title of video, Quirkless Shitstain put in his place, ready to be posted on a website the entirety of Aldera Middle School would be able to see. Shoto put 2 and 2 together. Guess we didn't go according to script. It sure would be a shame if someone were to post this. He changed the title to, Midoriya Takes Down Arrogant Punks, and hit post. A shame for them, he thought as he caught up with Izuku. 4. What were you doing? Izuku asked, introducing myself. More importantly, are you okay? Izuku rubbed the back of his head. I got exploded, stood up to my worst tormentor and beat the crap out of him. Okay, is not really the first thing that comes to mind. But it felt so right to beat him up like that. I know it wasn't the best thing I could have done, but it was so cathartic. Shoto nodded. That's how I felt when I finally froze my father. You actually did that? Izuku asked in shock. Natsuo's been posting memes comparing him to a frozen crab for some reason. Story for another day, Midoriya. Quote. Izuku. Shoto looked at him in confusion at being corrected. After what we've been through, I think first names are okay. And I call your mom by her name, so it's only fair. Shoto's eyes widened, before his lips curled into a smile. I'd be honored, Izuku. And you can call me Shoto. Speaking of my mom, we're going back to the hospital. Izuku did a double take at this. This again, he shrieked. It's probably better we get those burns and injuries checked out, don't you think? Quote. Oh, yeah, you're probably right. Izuku sighed in relief with a blush. For a second, he thought his best friend was trying to set him up with his mother again. Don't worry, hospital beds in the mental ward are more comfortable than what you're used to, and I'm sure my mom wouldn't you getting in bed with her. Shoootoo. Izuku yelled. Suffice to say, after they got Izuku patched up and visited Rei again, she almost had a heart attack. 4. Present. So, the blood on my shirt isn't actually mine, if that makes it any better. Izuku said to Momo and Kyoka, who had their mouths hanging open. The second hospital visit was a good use of this. Shoto held up Endeavor's credit card. And after my mom calmed down, we took a picture. Shoto held up his phone. The image displayed the top half of his face at the bottom, while the rest was checking Izuku over worriedly the same way Momo had. Holy shit, and I thought Momo had a scary snap, but damn, green. I think blonde M'Explosion needed the hospital more than you. Izuku chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. Ha ha ha. Yeah, probably. Momo sure as hell wasn't laughing. Regardless of the fact that Izuku won, it doesn't change the fact that her love had suffered years of torment. The only thing that stopped her from going out and suing Katsuki's ass was the fact that Izuku didn't want her to. Izuku, after everything he's put you through, and I paid him back for it. I stood up to him and forced him to see me in a new light. I can move on now, move forward. Momo sighed, remembering when he used those words in reference to her being a catalyst for his growth. I don't understand how you're so forgiving, love. But I didn't forgive him. I gave him back what he did to me. And you tried hooking up Midoriya with your mom? Kyoka asked Shoto. To be perfectly honest, I'd take anyone over Endeavor. Shoto said. Momo glared at Shoto. A 40-something-year-old woman with my Izuku just before our wedding. Why did I let him go with you? The group shared a laugh as they walked back to the room where Eri was just waking up from her nap. If you still have any fatherly insecurities, you can work through them with her. Momo whispered to Izuku. 5. Eri honey, look who's home. Eri rubbed her eyes and saw who it was. Those bright red orbs held a special glimmer for him. Papa, she said excitedly, hopping off the couch as she ran to her father. Izuku kneeled down and caught Eri in a tight hug. Hey sweetie, I missed you. He said. I missed you too, Papa. Eri said, tugging at Izuku's heartstrings. He felt a light tap on his shoulder from Todoroki. Snowflake, do you remember him? Izuku asked, gesturing at Shoto. Eri nodded. When you found me and earlier today. Candy cane. Kyoka gripped her sides and struggled to hold in her laughter. This kid is a godsend. She thought to herself. Momo didn't share her amusement. The only time Kyoka used that nickname for Shoto around Eri was when she was asleep. And she also said other things. Mama, is something wrong? Eri asked innocently, seeing the anger in her mother's eyes. Momo just gave a closed-eye smile. Nothing's wrong, my dear, she said sweetly, betraying the thunderous heartbeat Kyoka was hearing from her. She tried to escape, but Momo had already gripped her collar firmly. Mommy's just going to have a little chat with Auntie, okay? She said while dragging Kyoka to her certain death, with her mouthing the words, help me. 1. Eri, Izuku and Shoto just waved goodbye. I hate you all. Those were Kyoka Jiro's final thoughts before she had to face the mama bear. Meanwhile, Shoto bent down to Izuku and Eri's level. My name isn't Candy Cane, it's Shoto. I'm a friend of your papa's. It's nice to see you again, Eri, you're looking much better than when we found you. Shoto offered her his left hand, which surprised Izuku slightly. Nevertheless, Eri accepted with both of hers. With that out of the way, Eri realized Izuku was wrapped in bandages. It reminded her of their time in the hospital, reminded her of him getting hurt, and it filled her eyes with worry. Papa, what happened? She asked, touching the bandages on his left side. Oh, that, well, earlier we ran into some bad people, but it turned out okay. I had Shoto helping me. It could have gone a lot worse without him. Izuku smiled at Shoto, who smiled back. Eri still held some concerns. You're hurt. I don't like you getting hurt. I love you and I want you safe with me. Without knowing it, Eri had just told Izuku exactly what he needed to hear from her. His eyes became glossy and his breathing hitched as he looked into his daughter's genuine, loving eyes. 1. Sniff tea. Thank you, Eri. You have no idea how much I needed that. Sniff. I love you, too, so much. Izuku and Eri shared another father-daughter hug with Shoto rubbing Izuku's back. I thought we got all his tears out while drinking. Shoto thought. 3. After shedding the last of his tears, Izuku gave the brightest smile he's had all day. I'll be right back, I have to make sure Mama doesn't murder Aunt Kyoka. Izuku got up to go save Kyoka, leaving Shoto and Eri alone together. Don't worry, you've got an amazing papa. He can handle anything, and if he's ever in trouble, he has you, your mama, and you. Eri asked. You'll help him when he gets in trouble, right? Shoto smiled. Absolutely, I can guarantee you of it. Shoto patted Aries' head affectionately. By the way, your papa told me about something that happened this morning. Eri got nervous all of a sudden. He's not mad, but what is it? Eri looked around the room to make sure they were alone. Grandmother, I said keeping a secret meant not to tell, but that only applied to Izuku and Momo. Promise you won't tell. Promise. Eri beckoned Shoto to come closer and whispered into his ear. The bi-colored teen smiled softly. They'll love that. Eri smiled hopefully. You think so? I know so. After getting Shoto in on the secret, Eri felt much less pressured to hide it. Shoto is apparently playing therapist to this family. Now she could keep her promise to grandmother I until the wedding. With that, Shoto got ready to go home. Just before he reached the door, Izuku came back with whatever was left of his shirt torn to shreds. Don't ask. I'll see you at the wedding. Shoto said. Izuku nodded at him. Oh, that reminds me, your older brother said he was making an ice sculpture for us. How's that coming? Shoto tensed up immediately. Yes. He said, not giving a real answer to his question. Bye, Uncle Shoto. Eri waved. Shoto's eyes widened, before breaking out into another smile. Take care. He said before leaving. Kyoka followed soon after, walking like a soulless husk. But Eri saying, bye, Auntie Kyo, rejuvenated her a little. Momo soon came and joined her little family. So, what now? Izuku asked. Cuddling and swapping stories, Momo suggested. Izuku looked at her for a moment, before scooping up his fiancé and child and carrying them up the stairs to their room, Eri giggling, and Momo blushing. They all climbed in bed, Momo and Izuku holding each other with Eri squeezed comfortably in between them. They talked about their respective parties, watering down some details for Eri's innocent ears. 3. And Auntie laughed while Mama and Satsuki's sister looked weird. Izuku couldn't help but laugh slightly at the story. His daughter really tried to make her first friend into her pet. I'm glad you're making friends, Snowflake. I'm proud of you, Izuku said. You must have had fun getting to know Mrs. Todoroki. Momo said, clearly unamused by Shoto's antics. It's not like that. We're just alike in how we've both been mistreated by powerful men. Izuku's sweat dropped from his own phrasing. I think you spent too much time with Todoroki. Maybe. 1. Eventually, Eri fell asleep between them. She's asleep, now you can tell me how that meet-up with Awase really went. Izuku whispered. I doubt she's really asleep, but okay. Only if you tell me what you did to Bakugo during your wrathful outburst again. Momo said slyly. After trading the less child-friendly aspects of their respective parties, Momo and Izuku were settling into bed. Today might have been tough on both of us, but at least we know for sure we've got great friends by our side. Izuku said with a smile. We really do. Momo agreed. Let's never do it again. Agreed. We've still got all of tomorrow. Any ideas? Izuku asked. Spa day. Momo said resolutely before going to bed. Neither of them had the energy to get something to eat, but they woke up starving the next morning. The next day was the little family getting massages, mud masks. Eri kept eating the cucumbers and a tea bath for Momo. August 20th. The great day has finally arrived. The wedding day of Momo Yaoyorozu and Izuku Midoriya. The day begins with the little family, Izuku in the center of the bed holding his fiancé and child close to his chest, and them holding just as tight. Well, as tight as Eri's tiny arms would allow. The day began at 7 a.m. exactly when the young lovers opened their eyes at the same time. The instant they made eye contact, their hearts pounded in their chest. 2. Izuku. Momo asked. Momo. Izuku asked back. It's here, isn't it? I think so. They both pulled their left hands out of the covers at once and looked at their engagement rings, proof that today was indeed happening. They clasped their hands together, fingers intertwining, and leaned in for a loving kiss. A mere teaser of what they would be doing this afternoon. And nothing compared to what they would get up to tonight. In the bed with them, a white-haired angel was waking up to be the first to give them her blessings. Mama, Papa, is today the wedding? She asked. Both parents nodded, causing the little unicorn to break out in a wide smile. She was finally going to unveil her surprise to them. Jumping into her parents' arms, She was peppered with kisses, happy to be with them instead of in that hellhole with Chisaki. As nice as hugs and kisses all morning sounded, they couldn't be late for this day. Izuku climbed out of bed, balancing Eri on his hip and Momo clinging to his left arm. They stopped when they reached the door. "Are you ready?" Momo asked. Izuku looked at her with bright eyes and kissed her cheek. "For a future with you. That's not even a question." 1. Jiro household. Kyoka had some conflicting emotions. She had to wear a formal dress to a ceremony at a mansion. Not her style, but she could make an exception for her friends. But the real problem was her father. Her parents were hired by the Yaoyorozus to play music during the wedding and the after party at a hotel everyone would drive to soon after. This meant they would have to arrive earlier than the guests to set up. "Kyoka, we're getting ready to go. And remember," Kyoka groaned. "Just because my friends are getting married doesn't mean I have to, I get it." Bakugo household. Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo were dressed in formal attire. Mitsuki in a long, backless red dress and matching heels, and Masaru in a two-piece onyx suit and red tie. While Mitsuki was excited for the event their nephew invited them to, Masaru was struggling to hide his nerves from his wife. How could someone tell their wife that A, their nephew was getting married at 15, and B, that you were in on it for weeks? "I pray we both survive this, Izuku," he thought. His prayers were interrupted by a firm smack on his shoulder that really stung. "You ready for this yet or what? Come on, before I leave without you," Mitsuki said, dragging her husband down the stairs. She was very excited to be going to a wedding since her own was the most beautiful day of her life. Despite how upbeat the Bakugo parents were, their son was not. Ever since he came home the other day, bloody and beaten, he was docile and quiet. This begged their parents to ask what could have happened to Katsuki to make him a shell of his usually loud, angry, cocky, crude self. "Katsuki, we're heading out for a couple hours. Don't pull any shit till we get back, hear me?" Mitsuki yelled, receiving no answer. "I'm talking, brat." This time she heard his door open, and a barely agitated-looking blonde boy walked halfway down the stairs. "I heard you the first time. Just leave already." Giving him a glare that he barely returned, Mitsuki marched off, dragging a Masaru who was saying goodbye to their son. Once they left, Katsuki decided he would make himself something for breakfast. Spicy udon sounds good. The burn on his tongue would distract from the burn in his pride. The reason for his newfound timidity was because he'd had his world shattered. He was beaten in a fight by Deku. The worthless worm had the son of fucking Endeavor backing him up. Which means the victory was mostly his. While preparing his meal, a piece of paper caught his attention. A wedding invitation. Right, that's what his parents are dressed up for. But then he noticed a name he recognized. Yaoyorozu, the stuck-up bitch the nerd was dating. In that moment, something came to Katsuki. Wedding invitation. Yaoyorozu. Deku's promise ring. Don't tell me. His temper began flaring up again. "That motherfucker's gettin' hitched," he yelled, slamming an explosive palm on the marble table. "He's back. Oh hell no. I'm not letting him have something else to hold over me." Katsuki angrily grabbed the invitation and saw the address. He went to change into black pants and shoes, a red shirt and a black jacket. Just as he swung the door open, he was greeted by a familiar-looking police officer. 6. Katsuki Bakugo. "I think it's time we had that chat down at the station." Katsuki looked behind him and saw his lackeys in the back of his cop car. "Aw shit." 4. That afternoon, 2:40 p.m. Bride's quarters. Momo was practicing her breathing as she looked herself in the mirror. Her features were lightly glazed with makeup, a little blush, black mascara and red lipstick. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and she was in her gorgeous wedding dress. "It's finally here," she kept repeating to herself. "I won't tell you to relax, anyone who could in your shoes would be either noncommittal or insane." Momo's father, Sakusei Yaoyorozu, said, "What helped me is focusing on my partner, imagining it's just us and no one else." "Darling, you have nothing to worry about," Momo's mother, Ai Yaoyorozu, said to her. "You look absolutely angelic. Izuku won't be able to take his eyes off you." Momo smiled, feeling slightly more confident in this. "Hey, I doubt that. Momo's got some fierce competition here. Kyoka chuckled on the sofa with Eri in her lap. The little girl smiled brightly in her white dress, excited for her parents' big day. Mama and me match, Eri said. Momo walked to her daughter and picked her up. What do you think you're doing looking this pretty, young lady? In a wedding, the bride is supposed to be the most beautiful. You're going to take all of Papa's attention. Everyone shared a light-hearted laugh, but Momo turned her gaze at Kyoka. Eri's not the only one I should be worried about. I've got my eye on you, too, Kyoka. Jiro choked on her own spit. What? Come on, like this thing fits me that well. Meanwhile, Grooms' quarters. Izuku Midoriya, I'm getting married to one, Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku said in front of a mirror in his three-piece suit and combed-down hair. Even the best hairdresser's money couldn't fully tame that green bush. How do you feel, sweetheart? Inko asked in a green dress. Like throwing up. This is the most beautiful day of my life, but also the most terrifying. Izuku said. Inko turned him around to face her and adjusted his tie. I know the feeling. You're worried to death something could go wrong or afraid it could all be a dream. But what really matters is the love you share with your spouse. I admit that I wanted someone to see your worth, but I never imagined they'd marry you after a single summer. Both Midoriyas laughed. Thanks, Mom, for everything. The mother-son pair shared a tight hug. When they separated, a phone started ringing. It wasn't Inko's, but Izuku's. Hello. Wait. What? Okay. I'll be right there. Inko was worried by Izuku's panicked voice. Izuku, what's wrong? She asked. That was the guest list hire warning me. They're here. With that, Izuku left to go greet the special guests in the courtyard. 2 minutes ago, Mitsuki and Masaru had just pulled up to the entrance and were starstruck by the sophisticated mansion that was the venue for the wedding. Hot damn, I didn't think Izuku's girlfriend's family was this rich. What, are the plates gonna be gold? Mitsuki said as they walked to the man in charge of the guest list. Good afternoon, sir, madam. Names, please. He greeted them pleasantly. B. Bakugo, Mitsuki and M. Masaru. The Bakugo patriarch answered stiffly. The man at the entrance seemed intrigued, but shrugged it off. Right here, Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo. Midoriya is going to be so glad you could make it. Please, come in. He stepped aside and let them walk upon the grounds. Izuku must really be pulling strings for us. Can't wait to thank him in person. Mitsuki said upbeat. You may come to rethink that, dear. Masaru thought, starting to sweat. What they didn't know is that the guest list hire was contacting Midoriya. Sir, they're here. The fuse has been lit. The trigger has been pulled. The casket has arrived. On the other side, Izuku was sweating at his choice of metaphors. We really should have discussed code words. 5. Present. Izuku was walking through the courtyard, looking for his uncle and aunt. Normally, the bride and groom aren't supposed to mingle with the guests until after the reception starts. But sometimes we have to make exceptions. It'll be suspicious if I don't talk to them until the music starts. Just a quick hello, then. I'd probably die. When Izuku finally saw 2 heads of spiky hair, he went up to them. Hi there, uncle, auntie. Glad you could make it, he said, giving Masaru a hug. He went to do the same to Mitsuki, but he stopped when he noticed her stern expression. What the hell do you think you're doing? She asked. What do you mean? Izuku asked. Honey, Masaru asked as well. It's obvious what your intentions are, but I never expected you would do something like this, Izuku. Both Izuku and Masaru were completely choked up as Mitsuki's intimidating red eyes bore into them. She knows. I'm sorry, Momo, but I don't know if I'll make it out alive. Izuku thought. How could she? What did we do to tip her off? Oh, does it matter? We're dead meat. Masaru thought. Mitsuki opened her mouth again and the two in front of her closed their eyes and braced themselves. You're all dressed up, trying to distract the bride from her groom. Look at you. She'll be drooling over you instead of her husband. Quote. Huh, Izuku merely squeaked, prompting Mitsuki to continue. You little bastard, it's not like it's your wedding. Why would you need to look that nice? Shaking off the initial terror, Izuku and Masaru just laughed it off. But they shared a single thought. This woman is going to be the death of us. And what the hell happened to your cheek? Mitsuki asked, noticing the small burn scar running diagonally through Izuku's freckles on his right cheek. It's a long story. Why you two should find your seats, the ceremony's going to start soon. Izuku said, trying to lose them. Meanwhile, a black car pulled up and 6 guests arrived. Well, 2 guests, 3 heroes working security and a best man. Welcome to the party, kiddos. Vernon announced as she stepped out of the car, followed by her co-workers, Kito and Anima. The flaming sidekickers were dressed in formal clothing but still had their headgear to at least be recognizable as heroes. While the Todoroki siblings were getting out, Vernon went to patrol the snacks, and Kito and Anima were chatting with the guests. Wow, Yaoyorozu and Midoriya sure set up a beautiful wedding in such little time. Fuyumi said, wearing a black dress that turned white at the end. How'd you let Dad convince you to come, Shoto? The youngest Todoroki stepped out in his formal suit. It was easy. I asked his sidekicks to work security, then told him that I'd be going with them to learn the secrets of the trade. Bumping into you two here was pure coincidence. Shoto explained. Fuyumi just sweat dropped a little. Dad didn't even ask what me and Natsuo were doing, we just said we're going to a party and that's all it took. Meanwhile, the middle Todoroki brother was struggling with something in the trunk. Hey, can one of you give me a hand with this? Natsuo asked. Fuyumi went to help him, but stopped when she saw it was a cart with a black veil covering it. Natsuo, please don't tell me this is what I think it is. Fuyumi said, already dreading the answer, but Natsuo waved off her concerns. Don't worry, sis, I took what you and Shoto said to heart and remade it. I even asked Shoto to melt it down. I stayed up all night, but it was worth it. That's when Shoto came over. How do you seem so awake? You don't even have bags under your eyes. Nothing a few cups of coffee and Fuyumi's makeup can't fix. Fuyumi snapped her head. Wait, what? 1. Natsuo quickly changed the subject. Anyway, you wanna see? Fuyumi sighed. You know what, I actually do. Now that you've made some much-needed tweaks, I'm pretty intrigued. Shoto just shrugged. Natsuo smiled proudly and grabbed the sheet. Behold, a masterpiece reborn. He exclaimed as he pulled the cover off. Quote. Oh God, Shoto said. Natsuo Todoroki. Fuyumi started shaking. I know, this breathtaking spectacle was crafted by mortal hands, crazy as it may sound. Take your time and let it soak in. It looks exactly the frigging same. Fuyumi cried out. Careful. Your screaming could crack this fragile masterpiece. Natsu said, you stayed up all night making an exact replica of the original. Shoto asked. Natsuo pinched the bridge of his nose. Just when I thought you guys could appreciate my work. It is different. See Yaoyorozu's chest. He pointed at the icy Momo's now accurately sized boobies. It's official, he's insane. 4. You melted it down to remake the bride with bigger cans. Fuyumi screeched. Sometimes, Fuyumi, it's the little things that matter. Not that these things are small, but you know what I mean. Fuyumi buried her face in her hands, muttering prayers. Shoto, you're friends with Midoriya. You'd know that he'll love it. Shoto put his hands together and brought them up to his face. He took in a deep breath and sighed. Natsu, in the short time I've known Izuku, he's opened my eyes to so much. He helped me see the mistakes I've made, helped me figure out who I want to become. He's been patient and forgiving with me since we met, and is easily the kindest person I've ever met. But the most important thing that I learned, is that I was dead wrong. He will kill you if you show this to him, at their wedding no less. Natsuo was surprised by how dark a turn that speech took. Oh, come on, you said he would just yell at me. No offense, but what could Midoriya possibly? He stopped talking when Shoto took out his phone and held it to his face. They saw him and Izuku at the beach and 3 other boys they didn't recognize. Is this his bachelor party? Fuyumi asked. Yeah, some idiots were pulling something stupid and thought it would be cool to get it on video. After they left, they forgot their phone so I sent it to myself. You deleted it after so no one else can see it, right? Fuyumi asked, receiving no response from Shoto. Did those guys ever get their phone back? Again, no response. Quote. Just watch, Shoto said. He showed them how volatile Izuku is when he snapped. They saw it all, him punching, kicking and beating the blonde into the sand with no mercy. Fuyumi covered her eyes, while Natsu looked pale as a ghost. Rest in peace, brother, Shoto said before walking off. Natsuo was frozen in place. Quote. I've made a terrible mistake, he said hollow-voiced. Oh, I've made a terrible mistake. That's you, Fuyumi said. 5. Meanwhile, Shoto had found Izuku. He saw him nervously interacting with a man and woman who each bared a striking resemblance to Katsuki. He decided to approach Izuku after he had gotten them to find good seats. Izuku turned to greet him with a relieved smile. Shoto, I'm so glad you could make it. Hey, is something wrong? He said, noticing the sad glimmer in his eyes. Shoto didn't speak and merely tapped his right cheek. Izuku's patch that was once there was removed, revealing the burn scar caused by close proximity to Shoto's powerful flames. He burned his best friend. I'm sorry, Shoto said. Izuku tapped his shoulder to get him to look up at him. Don't worry about it, it was my plan that caused this. I knew you were still working on controlling your flames, but I asked you to use them anyway. Don't feel bad, this scar holds a great memory. You helping me without even being asked. Shoto smiled. I guess that means my debt is paid. Izuku shook his head. You never owed me anything. Thanks for what you did though, friend. The two boys shared a brief hug, though Shoto only used one arm. Besides, you, me and Eri are part of the Scarred Club now. Our motto is, we're stronger than what hurt us. Shoto smiled at his friend's enthusiasm. I like that, too. As they talked, he then remembered what he wanted to talk to Izuku about. Were you talking to Bakugo's parents? Izuku choked up a little, remembering the tumultuous history they've had with their son. Why yes, I invited them. Their son may be a jerk, but those two are really important to me. You don't have to worry. Shoto gave Izuku an unsure stare. About the dad. But it'll be fine, I promise. Just stay close. Shoto nodded. Suddenly, Kyoka found the two boys. There you guys are. Momo's almost ready, get into position. Those words made Izuku's heart stop and body freeze. Kyoka expected this and rubbed her jacks together. Clear. She pressed both of them against his chest and sent vibrations that traveled through to his heart. Gah, am I dead? He asked, regaining consciousness. Get in place, or you will be. Kyoka yelled. Izuku wanted to heed her, but for reasons he couldn't quite get into at this moment, he needed to look like he wasn't mingling with the guests that didn't see him. A few minutes later, piano music began to play. The guests quickly took their seats, while Izuku tried to slip away and look like he was standing at the altar and not mingling with the guests. Mitsuki and Masaru were taking their seats, Mitsuki sitting on a second-row chair near the path the bride would soon walk. And right behind a crying Inko. Mitsuki thought it was a bit strange for her best friend to be so emotional at someone else's wedding, but she didn't question it. Might have something to do with Hisashi. Besides, she was always emotional. 4. When the guests sat down, they all saw an exceptionally strange sight. 3 kids, one behind the groom's position, the best man, one behind the bride's spot, the bridesmaid and the 15-year-old groom. What the hell is Izuku doing next to the wedding officiant? He couldn't have been hired to work this thing, could he? If his girlfriend treats him like the help, I'm gonna have to have a word with her. Mitsuki thought next to a sweating Masaru. Meanwhile, Izuku was doing everything he could to appear somewhat calm. He didn't even notice Kyoka slipping an ear jack to Shoto's ear. Do I have to ready the defibrillator again? Shoto whispered into her ear. I would advise that when Eri gets here. Kyoka was confused by that. What does that mean? She didn't tell you. Shoto was extra quiet when he told her what the snow angel had planned. Kyoka held in her laughter as a last-minute idea popped in her head. Izuku suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder coming from Kyoka's extended earlobe. You're looking greener than usual, dude, she commented. See, can you blame me? Well, don't pass out just yet, cause in about a minute, the most beautiful woman you'll ever see will come walking to you. Just focus on her, HRGK, the woman that's going to come out soon. Izuku wanted to ask about what was so funny, but that could wait. His friend was right. All that matters now is the person about to walk down the aisle will be his wife. He steeled himself and looked towards the aisle, and nearly fell flat on his face when he saw not his tall, raven-haired goddess, but his tiny white-haired angel. Holding a basket, Kyoka was fighting to look professional and not burst out laughing when she saw Izuku's face. Fortunately, everyone else was fixated on the little girl walking towards the aisle, throwing red, white and green flower petals as she did. Then it clicked with Izuku. Aries' secret. 4. She wanted to be his flower girl. And all this time he was worried she was drifting away from him. It was almost enough to make him cry. When Aries' job was done, she went to the front row and sat down in Inko's lap. Izuku had to take a quick second to dry his eyes before re-steeling himself for hopefully his bride. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Ai winking at him and his daughter. "Here she comes," Shoto whispered. "Are you sure? Because fool me once." Izuku stopped when he noticed everyone's heads turned to the front. A sharply dressed Sakuse was ushering an angelically beautiful Momo to the altar. Suddenly, everything else just faded away. There was no music, no guests, no officiant, no one and nothing other than him and his blushing bride. He knew Momo was in the same trance by the way their eyes locked. It could have been a few minutes, a couple seconds, an eternity or a heartbeat. But it seemed like Momo just appeared in front of him, and yet he was kept waiting. Izuku noticed the colors of the bouquet she was holding matched the flower petals Eri threw. Their family's colors. Izuku and Momo were so entranced with each other, that they didn't even notice Mitsuki about to explode with questions, but keeping a stone face. "What in the fucking hell?" she muttered. 3. The groom lifted the veil, displaying the bride's perfect features unobstructed. Their left hands joined. "Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to witness the marriage of Izuku Midoriya and Momo Yaoyorozu." The officiant started. "Why the fuck why?" Mitsuki screamed in her head. 6. Two souls who have found peace, understanding and love for one another. Two young souls who have decided to navigate the unpredictable road of life together. They shall now exchange vows. Momo took in a deep breath. "Izuku Midoriya, for years of my life, I never knew what it meant to be loved, not for my money, but for me. I was surrounded by greedy, self-centered sycophants. But when I met you, when you saved me, I knew I couldn't let you go. In our time together, you and I have shared experiences I wouldn't trade for the world. I'm honored to be the one closest to your golden heart, and ever grateful to become your wife." It was the groom's turn. Momo Yaoyorozu. Being born quirkless, without something everyone else has, it makes life tough. I know what it's like to crave a caring touch. For years, I felt so alone, that I would never meet anyone who could really relate to me. I'm happy to see I was wrong. Getting to know you, building a relationship, learning about each other. Even before we got together, I deeply enjoyed spending time with you. As time went on, I couldn't imagine not being by your side. Even if I can't measure up to someone as incredible as you, I swear to do my best to be the husband you want and deserve." Their hands held each other tighter. The couple's parents were wiping tears from their eyes and guests were smiling at how much love these teenagers had. Mitsuki was beginning to plot a possible murder. 1. If anyone has any reason why these two should not be wed, speak now or forever hold your peace. No one had any objections, and the blonde woman just started twitching in her seat. "Very well, then, Momo Yaoyorozu, do you take Izuku Midoriya to be your lawfully wedded husband, to care for and to support him as he would you?" "I do," she said. "And do you, Izuku Midoriya, take Momo Yaoyorozu to be your lawfully wedded wife, to do for her as she would you?" "I do," he said. "I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may now kiss the bride." The climax of the ceremony. The two leaned in and connected lips. After all the lip locks they've shared before, this one blew them all out of the water. It was the happiest moment of their lives. The guests cheered for the newlyweds, but it didn't register to them. All that mattered is that they were now and forever bound. The couple walked down the aisle, arms linked as the guests continued to clap for them. Momo whispered to her husband, "Izuku, this is the most wonderful day of my life. Thank you for..." She trailed off when he saw his, "scared for my life," expression. "Honey, Are you okay? Run. Izuku simply said. But we still have time before the reception. Izuku looked up at her with eyes that feared death. You don't understand, we need to run now, he said, even more panicked. In heels? Momo asked. Fortunately, her husband could take care of that. He scooped her up in a bridal carry and sprinted down the aisle. Everyone looked at them in confusion. Izuku, what has gotten into you? Momo asked. Look over my shoulder. Momo did as he said and saw a quarter of the guests cowering behind Masaru and Inko. Making her way down the aisle was a blonde demoness, ready to unleash hell on this heavenly day. Izuku, she growled before running after them. Momo looked up at her husband, now just as afraid. You're right, a little faster please. Izuku Midoriya, or Yaoyorozu, or whatever the fuck your name is. You better explain this whole thing before it becomes your funeral. Mitsuki yelled, still chasing them. Meanwhile, Shoto was undoing his jacket. 3. What the hell are you doing? Kyoka asked. Just look after Eri, he said before taking off. He tossed his jacket in Natsuo's face when he passed his siblings and said, hold this. Shoto then started talking into an earpiece in his right ear. Burnin', they're in trouble. The 3 sidekicks stood up and ran beside Shoto. The leader rolled up his sleeves and his forearms were either frosty or smoldering. What the hell are you doing? Natsuo asked. Keeping my promise to my niece. The Izu Momo protection squad began to rally. Burnin' and I will follow from above. Kido and Onuma, on the road. For some reason, that woman is close to Izuku, so no lethal methods. But above all, do not let her touch them. They all nodded. You heard the boss man. To the car. Onuma said. Thought you were still getting the hang of flying. Burnin' asked. I'll make do, come on. We've got a job to do. Meanwhile, the runaway bride and groom made it to the exit and went to their private transport set aside for them. They quickly climbed in the back where their driver was waiting. Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Thank you. Drive. Izuku interrupted. But sir, please do as my husband says, and drive. Momo said. The driver checked one of his mirrors and saw the wicked wrath of a devil quickly approaching. Right away, he started the engine and floored the accelerator. The 2 fastened their seatbelts and breathed heavily. Oh god, she's gonna kill me. I knew she'd blow up, but not this bad. Izuku panicked, running his hands through his hair. Momo held his hands and brought his attention to her. It'll be okay, darling. She'll understand when we explain everything. Hopefully. And maybe now you'll learn your lesson about not springing life-changing decisions on people. Momo pulled him in for their first kiss as husband and wife. When they released, she laid his head on her lap. She created a comb in her hand and ran it through his hair. We still have pictures to take, so let's try to look like we didn't just get into a gang fight. Izuku chuckled at her comment. Momo always knew how to help him relax. Back at the ceremony, Your wife is very energetic, a guest behind Masaru said. That's one way to put it, the man said, shaking his head. So, Shoto was an agent this whole time? Fuyumi asked. His cover of this being a learning experience from the sidekicks had her wondering what else he could be hiding. Holy shit, Natsu exclaimed next to her. When Shoto ran with his quirk in use, he passed by the cart that carried Natsuo's ice sculpture. The veil was on fire and most of the ice was melted. I'm gonna live, Shoto. You saved my life. The middle brother cheered. Wait, how are we gonna get to the reception? Fuyumi asked. Shoto's sidekicks took the car. Auntie, Eri said from Inko's arms. Can we go follow Mama, Papa and Uncle and the scary lady? Kyoka and Inko exchanged glances, before looking at Masaru. I'll start the car, he said. The chase. What the hell is this woman made of? Onuma asked. He and Kido were trailing right behind a furious Mitsuki, who was somehow managing to keep up with Izuku and Momo's car. The newlyweds are going at around 70 kilometers per hour, and she's keeping up with them on foot. In heels. 10. Burnin and Shoto were above the streets, watching from a bird's eye view. They were both flabbergasted by this woman's sheer determination and ruthlessness. Luckily, the roads weren't busy, almost devoid of other people. Cut her off and try to detain her. Shoto said in his earpiece. Roger that, boss, Hito responded. That's an odd way to fly, Shoto. Vernon commented on how Todoroki was propelling himself through the air. He burst off the ground on his left foot to become airborne, and can only remain stable when he's hovering or traveling in one direction. To make turns, he freezes his right foot next to his left, creating a miniature version of Flash Freeze Heatwave he can use consecutively. As much as he hated to admit it, this form of flight was partially inspired by Bakugo's movement with his explosions. Maybe, but it works. Down on the ground, Mitsuki had taken a turn and saw a black car pull up in her path. Hito stepped out and readied his traject quirk. All right, ma'am, we're gonna need you to come quietly, he said, his bandages aimed to send her into the backseat of their car. It was like he was luring a bull into a trap. Unfortunately, this bull was smart. She jumped and grabbed one of the bandages, and pulled it down so she was launched above the car. Out of my way, mummy fucker, she yelled as she raced past them. Hito and Anima looked at each other in complete shock. What the hell did that woman eat? Maybe Endeavor should marry her. Never say that again, Shoto said on his earpiece. She got past us, it's up to you too, Anima said. Damn, that bitch is something else, Vernon exclaimed. 3. Hegusha Hotel. The driver pulled up to the parking lot and surveyed the area before turning off the engine. We have arrived, and no demons in sight, he spoke. Izuku carefully opened the door and peeked his head out. The coast was clear. Stepping out, he gave Momo a hand in getting out. Is it safe? She asked. I think so, he answered. There was an awkward air around them, and they still had several minutes before the reception would start and the guests would arrive. Well, that was certainly an exciting ceremony. Momo chuckled, making Izuku bury his face in his hands. Leave it to me to get her furious today of all days, he groaned. Momo pulled him into a hug and kissed his temple. The two of them stayed like that until they heard something approaching from above. 2 green and red fireballs from above. What the hell? Izuku shrieked. He knew it was Todoroki, but it was still terrifying to see large balls of heat coming towards you at high speeds. Hi, you. They could faintly make out his voice, but neither of them could understand. If only Jiro was with them. Hind, oh you. He sounded a little more clear. He was about to land and hopefully say what he needs to say. Look out behind you. Suddenly, the couple's blood ran cold as a womanly figure overshadowed them. Slowly turning around, they saw Mitsuki, who had hitched a ride on the back of their car. Hello, nephew, she said with a sickeningly sweet smile. Her dress was covered in dust and she was sweating like a pig, and the couple had to prepare themselves for hell. 5. Auntie. Izuku stuttered fearfully. Hello again, ma'am. Momo said. I don't care who, but someone better explain to me the fuck is going on. That's when a second car came to a screeching halt in front of everyone. Mitsuki, let's not do anything that would get us arrested, Masaru jumped out and said, followed by Inko. I know you're angry and confused, but please don't kill the kids. Mitsuki hadn't realized it, but her hands had moved to Izuku and Momo's necks on their own. She let them go, but only because a realization hit her. Masaru's nervous behavior the past couple of days, and how he couldn't seem to relax since they left the house. That led her to only one conclusion as she marched toward her terrified husband. You were in on it, too, weren't you? Come here. Before she could commit marticide, Inko held her back. Stop. Just calm down, Mitsu. Mitsuki just tried shaking her off. Get your damn hands off me, before I break em. They both fell over and were in an awkward struggle to watch. Just be glad it's not anything bad. You expect me to be over the damn moon that my nephew got married this early. 2. Seeing the window of opportunity, Kyoka stepped out of the back with Eri in her arms, and keeping her eyes covered. She quickly grabbed Momo, and Shoto grabbed Izuku and led them to the hotel entrance. Where do you think you're going, huh? Mitsuki tried crawling after them, but Masaru and Inko stopped her. Please, just relax and we'll explain. At this rate, it'll have to be in your will. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.